Chapter 16:15. There was a rumor that there was a famous little restaurant called Wuxia Restaurant beside the Longshu Ditch overpass, which was used to suppress the water veins in the capital. There was an endless stream of high-ranking officials and dignitaries. The proprietress was a charming widow, but there had never been any rumors about her in the past few years. No matter how much the aristocratic Gongsun family and the descendants of the Wuxia Restaurant fought over a table, no matter how much the two sides fought, the Wuxia Restaurant, which seemed to be under the protection of a big shot, would always open the next day. If one was late, as long as it was time for the restaurant to close, no matter if one was the son of a minister or the grandson of a great general, they would all close the door and refuse to serve. The more the Wuxia Restaurant was like this, the more the old gluttons in the capital liked it. Although it was very likely that a big shot like the assistant minister would be scolded by an audacious waiter when they went to the restaurant, everyone enjoyed it and never got tired of it. The two masters of the Song family, Tantanan and Huan, won the Imperial College's Yao Baifeng, and almost all the ministers of the 6 ministries other than Gu Jiantang, as well as the central government officials, all came here to feast without exception. This year there was another big shot, Qi Yonglong. It was said that before the head of the secretariat officially became a minister of Liang, the first thing he did when he entered the capital was not to meet the emperor, but to go straight to the Wuxia Restaurant and get drunk. What was even more exaggerated was that this well-deserved leader of the literati was almost chased out of the Wuxia Restaurant by the proprietress. Today, the business of the Wuxia Restaurant was still booming. The main entrance had not opened yet, but the luxurious carriages and tall horses outside had already made the street near the river extremely crowded. Many diners were patiently waiting in a long line. A short, crippled old man came to the entrance of the backyard of the Wuxia Restaurant. Compared to the bustling main entrance, this narrow alley, which no one knew how to enter through many turns, was extremely cold and cheerless. Perhaps it was because there were few people here, but there were some dark green moss growing near the foot of the wall. The sunlight was blocked by the high wall, making it seem somewhat gloomy. The crippled old man was not in a hurry to knock on the door. Instead, he stared at a young man squatting on the steps and yawning. The young man also stared at the crippled old man with his mouth and eyes wide open. In fact, they knew each other. The old man, who usually only paid attention to the princes and ministers, remembered this rascal because the young ruffian had appeared on the street outside the Wuxia Restaurant yesterday and had a battle with the young princes. When the crippled old man returned to Zhaogo, he returned to Zhaogo. Zhaogo of Zhaogo. This guy. Originally, the old man had roughly confirmed that the so-called first young master of Jinzhou and second machete of Liaodong was not a spy who could not see the light of day, but a street scoundrel who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and was unintentionally involved in the whirlpool in the capital. However, when he saw Wu Laifu appear at this time and place, Zhao Go, who had always believed that there were no outsiders and no foreign affairs in the world, was filled with killing intent. Wu Laifu, who put the iron saber on his knees, suddenly shouted, "Old man, I know you. Although you didn't make a move yesterday, I know that you're actually the same as me. We're both experts." Wu Laifu put on a fake smile. He was thinking about how to kill this guy quietly. Wuxia Restaurant was Zhaogo's forbidden area. Liang's spies were not allowed to approach it, regardless of their status. This was a rigid rule set by Yuan Benshi. Although Master Yuan was dead, the crippled old man did not want to disturb the woman who lived in seclusion because of a trivial matter, unless it was absolutely necessary. This time, the crippled old man broke Master Yuan's rule. He had no choice but to come here because the new head of Zhaogo had spoken. The crippled old man, who even the king of Beiliang and Fu Shuifang only knew his surname was Yao, looked at the young man who was carefully holding the saber and asked with a smile, "Young hero Wu, how do you have the leisure to squat here and look at the sun?" Wu Laifu's martial arts skills were mediocre, but he wasn't stupid at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to steal the limelight before Li Haoran. Now, the name Wu Laifu was quite famous in the capital. Yesterday, Wu Laifu had returned twice and witnessed the battle from beginning to end. Among them, the aging of the middle-aged man and the death of the youth with the saber made him gasp in amazement. Therefore, The lame old man who had not revealed his strength from beginning to end was naturally not someone that Wu Laifu could compete with. Therefore, Wu Laifu was very nervous. His palms were sweaty, but he still maintained his annoying smile and said, "Senior, isn't looking at the sun the same everywhere? I came to Juju restaurant to ask for a job. I walked from Liaodong to the capital and used up all my traveling expenses. I'm not a martial artist who breaks the law. I'm a good citizen who abides by the law." The crippled old man smiled and said, "Looking for a job? The capital is so big. Can't you find a job anywhere?" The young man's smile became more and more stiff. He rolled his eyes and hesitated for a moment. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Senior, we're both open-minded people, so I might as well be frank with you. Everyone in the capital knows that Juju restaurant is very deep. I'm thinking that a woman can support such a restaurant. Either she's a hidden peerless expert, or the waiter in the restaurant is a top-notch martial arts grandmaster. Or maybe a chef is a famous martial artist who is retired from the martial arts world for many years. I came to Juju restaurant to find a job. Earning money is secondary. My main goal is to learn from an expert who can dominate the martial arts world." The crippled old man stared at this whimsical young man. He did not know if he should slap him to death or give him a thumbs up and praise him for being so king smart. The crippled old man looked at the guy who had an incomparably sincere gaze and a face full of innocence, and could not help but tease. "If I remember correctly, young Hero Wu is an expert who only lost to the king of Bailiang by 1.5 moves. Why? Are you only satisfied after reaching a higher level in the martial arts world?" Wu Laifu smiled foolishly and said, "There's no harm in having more skills. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the martial arts world. It's not a bad thing for me to learn a few more trump cards. Look at the king of Bailiang. His fists, swords, and that last move, God summoning. He has endless tricks up his sleeves. Compared to him, I'm still a little lacking." The crippled old man smiled and said, "In my opinion, young Hero Wu is much stronger than the king of Bailiang if you have such skills." Wu Laifu asked softly, "Don't tell me I'm thick-skinned?" The crippled old man gave him a thumbs up and said, "Young Hero Wu, you're indeed a talented martial arts genius. Your future achievements in martial arts will definitely be limitless." The young man scratched his head. He accepted the compliment with a smile. For some reason, the crippled old man no longer wanted to kill him. He ignored the young hero of Liaodong and walked up the stairs. He gently knocked on the door. There was no response from the backyard. The crippled old man knocked on the door unhurriedly. The old man was not in a hurry. Wu Laifu went from being curious, speculating, and anticipating to yawning, rolling his eyes, and picking his earwax. He really could not wait any longer. Wu Laifu stood up and put on his iron saber. Then, he slammed the wooden door heavily with his palm and shouted, Lady boss, I'm Wu Laifu, the one who wanted to be your waiter yesterday. It's fine if you don't open the door for me, but there's a respectable Jianghu senior beside me who's anxiously looking for you. Don't delay the important matter. Lady boss, it's true. I'm not deceiving you. There really is a senior who came to visit. He's been waiting here for a long time. I was afraid that he would disturb your rest at first, so I blocked him for a long time without any courtesy. Lady boss, you see, if you still don't open the door, whether it's Jianghu ethics or the principle that visitors are guests, Lady boss, you won't be able to win against him. The crippled old man twitched the corner of his mouth and endured. Wu Laifu slammed the door earth-shattering. When the door suddenly opened, Wu Laifu did not pay attention and almost slapped the person who opened the door. Fortunately, the person gently moved away and dodged. However, Wu Laifu fell into the door and fell flat on his face. That was a glimpse. It made Wu Laifu sit on the ground in a daze. That young woman was definitely not the lady boss. The lady boss was a middle-aged woman who was quite feminine. However, Wu Laifu was not interested in women like that. He preferred a young woman who was about the same age as him. She had to have a pretty face, a big chest, a thin waist, a round buttocks, and long legs. His requirements were not high and were just in line with his identity as a young hero. The woman who opened the door was the most beautiful woman Wu Laifu had ever seen in his life. She might even be the most beautiful woman in his next life. Wu Laifu sat on the ground and looked at the back of the person who stood at the door. This young man who dared to play tricks with the king of Bailiang did not even dare to speak to her. As the second minister of justice, the crippled old man looked at the woman who was famous for her rouge and hesitated to speak. She was supposed to be one of Teacher Yuan's most outstanding experts, but the world was unpredictable. Even Teacher Yuan, who had a perfect plan, fell short of success. There was a game of chess on the chessboard that year. Although Teacher Yuan had thought of a series of rules, it was a pity that someone made the unreasonable move in the end. In that game, Teacher Yuan claimed that he and Huang Sanjia lost to the same person. It was a great regret of his life. Looking at the old man who had personally escorted her to the capital, the woman said indifferently, "Teacher Yao, are you here to urge me to go to the mansion of the Prince of Liaodong?" The crippled old man sighed and shook his head. "No, I'm here to see shopkeeper Hong." She frowned and shook her head. "Aunt Hong won't see you." The old man also shook his head and called her by her name. "Chun Yu, you don't have the final say in this matter." Chun Yu. After hearing this name, Wu Laifu felt like he was struck by lightning. Rouge Champion. Chapter 16:16. The mysterious woman with the surname Nangong could only comment that she was not inferior to Chen Yu. After all, the third person in Yanji's evaluation was the former princess of West Chu, the current empress of West Chu, Jiang and I. Chun Yu remained silent. Even the old man, who was no longer attracted to beauty, could not help but be moved by her beauty no matter how many times he saw her. It was no wonder that even Mr. Yuan praised her back then. A calamity in troubled times, an empress in prosperous times. Wu Laifu suddenly kicked him in the back, and once again he fell flat on his face with dirt all over. A woman stood beside Wu Laifu. She did not approach the courtyard door and looked at the crippled old man who did not cross the threshold. She said coldly, "The Juzhou embassy has no bones for you to pick on." The crippled old man who was called a dog was expressionless. He gently flicked his finger and Wu Laifu's head swayed backward as if it was hit hard. He fell to the ground and could not get up. Then the old man said softly, "Shopkeeper Hong, it was the Empress' intention to ask you to leave the Juzhou embassy this time." The lady boss did not speak. Chun Yu lowered her eyes. The crippled old man waited quietly for her to continue. The lady boss finally spoke, her tone full of sarcasm. "What? Do you want me to stop you at the palace gate, or just wait outside the main hall? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Are you finally afraid now?" The old man's eyelids trembled. He said, "The Empress' order is for shopkeeper Hong to go to the imperial astronomer." After saying this, the old man, who never hesitated whether he was talking or killing, emphasized the last three words for the first time. Imperial astronomer. The lady boss, who had been calm, suddenly became furious. "Scram!" She pointed at the crippled old man and said angrily, "Yao, go back to the palace and tell that shameless woman. My relationship with Zhao Ji isn't that good." The old man seemed to have expected the woman's attitude. He continued with a straight face. "The Empress asked me to pass two words to shopkeeper Hong. One is that if shopkeeper Hong is willing to go to the imperial astronomer, then Chan Yu will not be the princess consort of the Liao Palace." The woman was so angry that she laughed. Zhao Ji, the entire Liang knows that you favor Zhao Zhuan far more than Zhao Wu. Not only did you force the eldest son to give the throne to his brother, but now you're even forsaken the pitiful compensation that the eldest son should have received. Chun Yu turned a deaf ear as if she was an outsider. Bailiang, His Royal Highness Emperor Zhao Dun, the first Zhao Wu, and Zhao Zhuan, the fourth prince. Back then, as one of the 10 great clans of the spring and autumn period, they wanted her to enter the capital and become the imperial noble consort first before fighting for the position of empress. Huang of the emperor, the Ju to the Jianghu to the Jianghujiu. Later, Mr. Yuan, who spoke vaguely, asked her to get close to the fourth prince, who had not yet married Yen Donggu. Empress. Empresses Liao, Prince Zhao, Shi to the Liao, Prince of the Liao, Emperor of the Emperor. Empress. Chun. Her grandfather, who was once famous for his strength of character in the Central Plains, only told her before his death that she was needed for the revival of the family. Her master, whose identity was hidden and whom she respected, only smiled and said that there was a book that should be written like this. Benshi, who had a half-inch tongue, only dipped his finger in wine and wrote 6 words on the table in front of her. "You're the empress, and I'll live an ignoble life." In the end, she was summoned to the palace. Looking at the woman from afar, she only saw the woman nod and let her out of the palace. She didn't resist even once. Chun Yu never yearned for the Jianghu because she knew that the men in the Jianghu seemed to be glorious, but in fact, they were all helpless. She also never yearned for the imperial palace because she knew that the women there were all caged birds. Chun Yu knew what she didn't want, but she never knew what she wanted. Therefore, she let nature take its course time and time again. Chun Yu couldn't say that she was sad, nor did she have any self-pity. She was like duckweed drifting with the current. When Chun Yu heard Auntie Hong, who taught her paper cutting, tell the crippled old man to get lost again, Chun Yu didn't feel sad at all. Was it important whether she went to Liaodong or not and whether she became a princess? The old man looked at the woman who had been a widow for many years. The old man wasn't angry. She was a legendary woman who could make the former emperor and Mr. Yuan look at her differently. Even if she punched his head, the old man wouldn't care. The old man said calmly, "Shopkeeper Hong, the emperor's second sentence is that Xie Guanying is already in the imperial astronomer, and Prince of Shu, Chun Jibao, may also be there." The woman instantly quieted down and her lips turned pale. She closed her eyes in pain and murmured, "Zhao Ji, you've always been like this. In the past, you could ignore everything for your man, but now for your son." The old man looked at the sky and reminded her, "If you don't go now, it'll be too late." She slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Is the carriage ready?" The old man nodded. The woman walked to the door. When she passed by Chun Yu, she suddenly held her hand and said softly, "Go with Auntie Hong. If we die there, it'll be good." Chun Yu thought about it and smiled. The imperial astronomer wasn't famous in the marketplace, but it was one of the most important places in Liang's capital. Many officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries never had the chance to set foot there. Therefore, whether or not an official could borrow a book or 2 from the imperial astronomer's library became a benchmark to measure the status of an official in the capital. Before Liu Baijie resigned as the Minister of War, the last thing he did was secretly transfer 800 elite soldiers from the inner-city imperial army to guard the imperial astronomer. And just 2 days ago, the imperial astronomer, which was already heavily guarded, had secretly increased the number of elite soldiers by another 600 or so. There were 2 generals who wore armor instead of the robes of military officials. One was close to 60 years old and the other was in the prime of his life. Both of them stood at the entrance of the imperial astronomer with their hands on their swords, acting as 2 door gods. The 2 men, who were 1 generation apart, looked very similar, like a pair of father and son. The old general was Li Shogua, the shooting commandant stationed in the northern part of the capital. During the Spring and Autumn War, his military achievements were mediocre, and he was only a deputy commandant. Therefore, 5 years ago, Li Shogua was promoted step by step to the position of shooting commandant, one of the 4 major commandants in the capital. He was only a joke in the capital's officialdom and the capital's military, and was rudely given the nickname Commandant of Peace. This meant that if Li Shogua was in a time of chaos with his mediocre ability, he would not even be able to become a commandant, let alone the most powerful commandant in Liang. These years, he had relied on his skill of flattery to become an official. He did not know how to fight, but he knew how to be an official, especially when he was lucky enough to climb up the branch of Ma Lulong, the general of the expedition to the north. However, with Li Shogua's eldest son, Li Chang'an, who stood out in the Jingji army last year, this kind of talk gradually dissipated. Li Chang'an was only 30 years old. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he was quickly promoted to be a corps general among the permanent military generals in Liang. He was an extremely sturdy 4th-rank general. His significance was equivalent to that of a civil official taking on the position of governor in a place outside of the 6 ministries. If he didn't make a big mistake in his position, he would definitely be waiting for a promotion. Speaking of which, it was strange. Although Li Chang'an, who had never been to the Liao border and had no military achievements, was not considered unknown before this. Compared to the younger Yin Chongying and Han Xingyan, he was clearly not good enough. However, this person became one of the first generals promoted by the emperor, making the officials in the capital feel like they were looking at flowers in a fog. Good things came in pairs. Li Chang'an's younger brother, Li Changliang, only followed Wang Yuanran and a few other hedonistic sons to Beiliang's Yuzhou for sightseeing. After returning to the capital, he quickly received a transfer order from the Ministry of War and became a captain of the Liaodong Duoyen elite cavalry. The three of them, one was Captain Shuang, one was a corps general, and one was Captain Duoyen. This made the Li family, whose ancestral graves were emitting smoke, suddenly have a saying in the court, "Little Gu family." Although the father and son worked together to guard the gate of the imperial astronomer, Li Shogua and Li Chang'an never looked sideways. Compared to Li Chang'an's calmness, while Li Shogua's face was calm, his heart was beating like a drum. Not long ago, the eldest son, Li Chang'an, suddenly received an imperial edict to enter the palace to meet the emperor. He was quickly transferred out of the inner city and led 800 imperial guards to guard the imperial astronomer between the royal city and the palace. He himself also quickly entered the capital from the northern part of the capital. The transfer order to enter the capital did not come from the Ministry of War document. It came from the Li family's benefactor, General of the North, Hufu. General Ma Lulong was an old man nearing 80 years old and had been bedridden for many years. In the Liang army, in terms of seniority, only Zhao Cheng, Yang Xinxing, and Yan Jinchuan could compare. In addition, Yang Xinxing and Yan Jinchuan had both been demoted and killed. Even though Ma Lulong had not participated in ceremonies and court meetings for nearly a decade, the previous emperor and the current emperor had never lacked in rewards for the Ma family. Everyone knew that as long as Ma Lulong did not die, even if he was only hanging on by half a breath, as long as the old man did not completely die, then the Ma family, whose location was even better than the Duke of Yan's manor of the Marquis of Huayang, would still be the Ma family that coughed a few times in the capital and caused a huge commotion in the court. Li Shogua originally could not figure out why the imperial astronomer, which had nothing to do with officialdom, needed to muster such a large force. 600 imperial guardsmen plus his own 800 elite soldiers in the northern Jingji army, a total of 1,400 people. Who were they guarding against? Who was worthy of such a grand treatment? Chapter 16-17. It was only when he heard that before the Prince of Northern Liang entered the capital, he had brought along 800 northwestern cavalry soldiers and made the western army led by Hu Qi officer Qi Changgong become his bodyguards that Li Shogua finally understood. Because Li Shogua was a general with real power, and because he had saved the life of the old general's only son during the war in Dongyue, he had long since become an honored guest of the General of the North, Ma Lulong. In the early years, he had vaguely heard a secret rumor in the Ma family. It seemed that there had been a strange and treacherous conspiracy in Great Peace City. The spearhead was aimed at Lame Su, who had not yet been made a king. Nan Huayu of the imperial astronomer, who had now died of illness, had played a dishonorable role. The only son of Ma Lulong, the Anong general Ma Zhongxian, who now held the power of the Jingji East Army, spoke of this matter in a drunken stupor. His expression was one of pride and self-satisfaction. Li Shogua knew that one shooting commandant was far from enough to touch the inside story of that conspiracy. Maybe only when his eldest son, Li Chang'an, became #1 in the 4 campaigns and 4 towns would he have hope of understanding the shocking truth hidden under layers of curtains and dust. Of the 4 campaigns, Ma Lulong had struggled at death's door for many years, but his family's favor had not decreased. Zhao Jie ignored the disputes for many years and rose up in the face of danger, sharing power with the South Campaign commander Lu Shengxiang. Yang Xinxing had long left the capital for Ji province. He seemed free, but he was actually far away from the core of the dynasty, which affected the speed of Yang Huchen's rise. If Yang Huchen had not lost an arm on the Guangling Road battlefield, the price would have been too great and the court would have felt bad about it. Otherwise, not to mention the deputy general of Ji province, he would probably have fallen into silence. Then, when Yang Xinxing died of old age, the Yang family would have quickly become a second- or third-class family in Liang. Yan Jinchuan, a famous cavalry commander with splendid military exploits, a true military general of the Zhao dynasty, actually died in battle at the border of Guangling Road. In the end, he was only brought to his coffin with an exceptional posthumous title, that was all. For great generals of the dynasty who were of the same rank and second only to great General Gu Jiantang, had 4 completely different endings. After Li Shogua figured out the hidden ins and outs of the matter, he was both horrified and chilled. Ma Lulong, the head of the old Ministry of War in Liang, was the first person to show strong enmity towards Su Shao. Zhao Kuang was the general who firmly supported the Battle of the Western Fortress. However, as the Spring and Autumn War neared its end, Zhao Kuang, who had once fought side by side with Su Shao, began to lean towards Gu Jiantang. After that, he did not follow the Su family's iron cavalry into Shu. Instead, he chose to assist Gu Jiantang in attacking southern Tang. During the reward event in the capital, during the grand banquet of the meritorious officials, Zhao Jie and Su Shao became enemies. Before the previous emperor ascended the throne, Zhao Jie had been one of the previous emperor's lackeys in his struggle with the old prince of Jinggan, Zhao Heng. Yang Xinqing had a shallow relationship with Su Shao, and there was almost no personal relationship between them. Yan Jinchuan, when Su Shao left the capital, this general who greatly respected Su Shao personally saw Su Shao off. Li Shogua did not know how the highly respected old general felt when he led the army out for the last time in his life. The eldest son, Li Chang'an, who had always been quiet and cautious, did not agree to his father's request for a banquet after he was promoted to a general without any warning. Instead, the father and son had a secret conversation that no one else should know about. In that conversation, it was Li Chang and the son who taught Li Shogua how to be an official. They did not talk about the superficial ways of welcoming and sending people off, but about how to understand the emperor's heart. It was only then that Li Shogua found out that his son had long been the emperor's confidant. Unlike the other generals who were secretly appointed by the late emperor to be the ones supporting the emperor, Li Chang'an relied on his own luck to gain the trust of the 4th prince at that time. Li Chang'an bluntly told his father that His Majesty had hinted to him that he would be promoted to the next general of Anbei in 3 years at the cost of his father's retirement. In 3 years, whether he would go to Liaodong, Guangling, or the northwest, it would depend on his own ability whether he could become a border official with iron armor. At this moment, Li Shogua, who had mixed feelings, sighed softly. The Li family, from him to his 2 sons, had always been seeking riches from danger. When Li Shogua saw the carriage in the distance, he began to breathe heavily. Even if he died here today, as long as his son Li Chang'an lived, the Li family had the hope of becoming the second Su family, and not the little Gu family. Inside the Imperial Astronomer, behind the door with the plaque Excellent Realm of Insight, there was a crop altar covered with 5-colored soil from the Guangling path. The east was green, the south was red, the west was white, the north was black, and the middle was yellow. A middle-aged Confucian scholar squatted in front of the red soil in the south. Beside him stood a young man whose lips were tightly pursed. He wore the uniform of the Imperial Astronomer. His position was similar to the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain, and he had become the second Taoist minister in the current dynasty. As the leader of the Taoists in the north, it was not appropriate for him to squat with the Confucian scholar. However, if the tall immortal Wu stood up straight, it would be too disrespectful to the young Imperial Astronomer nicknamed Little Bookcase, so he could only bend down as much as possible. Wu Lingsu, who was called the Great Peace City Immortal Wu Shizhen along with his son Wu Shizhen, had the appearance of an immortal. In these 2 years, he could be said to have called the wind and the rain. Even Jin Sanlang had to treat him and his son as important guests. However, at this time, the bent immortal Wu was trembling with fear. His back was soaked with sweat. It was unknown whether it was the sweat from the sun or the cold sweat from the fear. An old man in white approached. Wu Lingsu, who had the highest position on the stage, was the first to speak. He said respectfully to the old man with great Shentong, "Imperial Astronomer, this humble Taoist pays his respects." The Imperial Astronomer, who was in charge of calculating the stars and promulgating the calendar for the imperial court, was an important figure in the Zhao family of Liang. Other than the imperial astronomer and the imperial astronomer, the imperial astronomer was not the imperial astronomer of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Not to mention the lower-ranking imperial astronomer like Chia Hu, it was the immortal teachers who did not wear official robes and only wore white. Moreover, this person had the title of imperial astronomer. The white-clothed Qi cultivator in front of him looked like a middle-aged man when Wu Lingsu had seen him several times. However, the next time Wu Lingsu saw him, he looked like this. The imperial astronomer's deputy imperial astronomer, who had broken through the bottleneck at the Maui post station yesterday, looked worried. He said softly to the man who had not stood up, "Mr. Xie." The Confucian stretched out his palm and placed it flat on the soil. He smiled and said, "I know that Duke Yenxing has left the capital. Don't worry, I will personally preside over the operation of the formation." The Qi cultivator grandmaster was about to say something when Xie Guanying stood up and clapped his hands. He turned around and said, "Other than the 1,600 people of the Li family, there will be another 300 palace guards who are already on their way." The Qi refinement grandmaster still looked like he wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Xie Guanying glanced at the towering building in the capital and said with a faint smile, "Why? Do you really want me to say that His Highness the King of Shu is here so that you can be at ease?" The imperial astronomer heaved a sigh of relief. He then said bitterly, "Mr. Xie, I gave up the heavenly Tao and did not walk. I am no different from a pure martial artist like Shen Yuanpan. Naturally, I would not know that His Highness King of Shu has arrived." Xie Guaning's tone was playful. Qi Xianxia first went to Mount Wudong to meet Hong Shixiang and cultivated. He also saw Li Yufu. He walked a few hundred miles along the Guangling River and arrived at Tai'an City. Yu Groom unintentionally pointed out the mysteries of Li Yufu. Li Yufu gave up on proving Tao and ascending, and even gave up on being a land immortal. Jin Xian, and what do you think? Jin Xian, and had not been called by his name for decades. He was a little dazed. Xie Guanying looked up at the cloudless sky and said softly, "Ancestor Lu once said, 'Don't ask if there are gods in the world and how many people have ascended since ancient times.' He also said that if you subdue a fire dragon, you will subdue a tiger, and you will become a land immortal." Wu Lingsu thought about it carefully. He only felt that it was indeed mysterious. However, it was useless to a half-baked Taoist like him. But from the corner of his eye, he saw that the deputy imperial astronomer was deep in thought and his expression was changing. Xie Guanying walked slowly to the Tongtian platform. The king of Shu, whom he helped wholeheartedly, did something unexpected. One was to go to the north to enter the capital, and the other was to enter the imperial astronomer. Xie Guanying did not stop and said to Jin Xian, "If you still have the thought of ascending, remember to kill Li Yufu as soon as possible." The juvenile imperial astronomer, who was very close to the emperor and empress, followed Xie Guanying. He had no awareness of the upcoming war and laughed. "Mr. Xie, there is a chess player named Fan Zhongho. He is better at chess than you." Xie Guanying smiled. "What's so great about being better than me? When it comes to chess, I can't even beat Li Yishan, who is known to be a bad chess player. However, I know my strengths and weaknesses and never ask for humiliation. Nalen Yusi is different. I remember that year, I watched him lose to Li Yishan 16 times in a row. He still did not admit defeat. I have seen a lot of people who care about winning and losing. He is the only one who cares so much. Oh no, your grandpa imperial astronomer is also one of them. He still thinks that you can beat Huang Longshu until he dies, right?" The teenager sighed and said helplessly, "Yes. In fact, I don't like chess very much. Grandpa imperial astronomer wants me to learn how to play chess. I can't help it." Xie Guanying bent his finger and knocked on the teenager's head. "How many people want to die but can't get it? You don't like it." The teenager grinned and suddenly lowered his voice. "Mr. Xie, are you poaching from His Majesty the Emperor?" Chapter 16:18. Xie Guanying was not surprised at all. He continued to climb the stairs calmly. "Don't tell him." The youth blinked. "Why?" Xie Guanyin ascended step by step and chuckled. If you agree, I'll tell you why your grandpa Jianzheng will always lose to Huang Longshe, and why he can't be the chess armor in the spring and autumn 13 armors. The youth thought for a while. Deal. I'll go help Jin Sinan. The youth turned and ran down the stairs. Xie Guanyin came behind Chun Jibao, who was standing near the Tiandao of the Tongtian platform, and asked, Are you still unwilling to take this step? Chun Jibao did not answer. Xie Guanyin said slowly, Tantai Pingjing herself did not know that her Taoist heart was damaged. Jin Sinan was even worse. He neglected the fundamentals and focused on the trifles. He had been accumulating for decades and was the most promising seed of the Tiandao. However, he pulled up the seedling to help it grow and ruined himself. Old Jianzhang and Nan Huayu persuaded the late emperor to not adopt the new calendar written by Li Dongxin. As a result, the old Tiandao gradually collapsed. You and I were the ones who benefited the most from it. Even if Chao Chongqing did not die and did not let you have the fate energy, you could still become the only 3 sages after ancestor Lu in 1,000 years. Gao Shulu would also be overshadowed. I'm afraid that other than Wang Xianji, Li Chungang, who was at his peak 60 years ago, Su Fengyan, who just defeated Wang Xianji, and Chao Chongqing, who was determined to die, would not be your match. Chun Jibao said, There's also Dong Tai, who really held a sword, Su Yanbing's dying shot, and you, who was willing to give up being the emperor of the human world for 1,000 years, Xie Guanyin. Xie Guanyin shook his head. You know that I won't fight for such a title. The price is too high. Xie Guanyin suddenly said, You're unwilling to take this step because you don't want to bask in Su Fengyan's glory? Chun Jibao remained silent. Xie Guanyin smiled and shook his head. If that's the case, why did you come to Beijing? Is it fun to watch Su Fengyan strut around? Chun Jibao did not say a word. Xie Guanyin gently sighed. You contradict yourself. After a long time, Chun Jibao, who was looking into the distance, suddenly said, We seem to have missed a person. Xie Guanyin said nonchalantly, No matter how much effort I put in, a disobedient chess piece is dead. Outside the Imperial Astronomical Observatory, Archery Commandant Li Shogua acted as if he was facing a great enemy. The 2 carriages on the left almost sped over, and then suddenly stopped not far from the main gate. 2. Other than the king of Bailiang, who else would dare to get involved in this mess? Could it be that Su had reinforcements? Li Shogua gestured Li Chong and not to leave the gate and walked towards the 2 carriages alone. As a result, the nervous captain was stunned. 2 elegantly dressed women walked out of the 2 carriages. However, after seeing one of them clearly, Li Shogua immediately knelt on one knee and cupped his fist. Li Shogua greets the Empress Dowager. After Zhao Zhuan ascended the throne, Empress Dowager Zhao Ji nodded slightly. Get up and guard the gate. No one is allowed to enter. Li Shogua quickly got up and returned to the main gate of the Imperial Astronomical Observatory. At this time, Li Shogua, who was sweating profusely, saw his eldest son Li Chong'en with a relieved expression. He thought to himself, Good boy, if not for the Empress Dowager's arrival, I would have thought that you were not afraid at all. The 2 women, who were of similar age but had different auras, stood 5 or 6 steps apart and looked at the other end of the street side by side. Empress Dowager Zhao Ji said with a hoarse voice, Today, even if you die, you must stop him. Otherwise, he will die. Juzhou Restaurant's proprietress smiled. Back then, he lied to his mother. This time, is it still a lie? Zhao Ji suddenly turned to look at this woman. She bit her lip so hard that it was slightly bloodshot. This woman, who was once married to the scholar named Sun Ping, might have gone mad. She actually laughed heartily. I am a woman. Now I am a widow who runs a small business. Back then, even though I knew that my man wanted to die, I endured it and did not interfere. On the way here, I indeed wanted to stop that child at all costs. When I got down from the car just now, I don't know why, but even if I wanted to watch that child die, I felt that I should not stop him. Women, you Zhao Ji, are not the only one to fall out with others. Actually, anyone can do it. Zhao Ji narrowed her eyes. You want Su Xiao and Wu Su's son to die so badly? Moreover, it is the eldest son, Su Fengyan. The proprietress's lips twitched. Zhao Ji, my memory is better than yours. I remember that Su Xiao said a long time ago that there is no one in the world who deserves to live or can't die. There is no such logic. It is not easy for a man to walk in this world. It is not shameful to think of living as long as possible. But sometimes, it is even more necessary to die. Zhao Ji's face was as dark as water. Unknowingly, a young woman stood behind each of the two women. Princess Sui Zhu, Zhao Fengya, Chen Yu. Between the two of them, one was haggard and the other was in high spirits. When the proprietress of Jujiu saw the black at the end of her vision, she turned to Chen Yu and smiled. Back then, you should have seized the opportunity to make a move. It is a pity that you missed some men. Chen Yu seemed to have recalled some past events. She raised her finger and pointed at her chest. She smiled and shook her head. Aunt Hong, when I first met that guy, he kept looking at me here. It is really difficult for me to make a move on such a man. The proprietress held back her laughter and scolded the brat. She said hatefully, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. You are indeed the same as your father." Chun Yu grunted twice. She lowered her gaze slightly and looked at the towering scenery. Her eyes were clearly full of smiles, but her tone was somewhat aggrieved. "My place can't be fake, right?" The carriage approached slowly. Even though he knew that the imperial astronomer would not be able to cause a ruckus with the presence of the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji, Li Chong, and's heartstrings were taut in an instant. Li Shogua was sweating profusely and his vision was almost blurred. A young man lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. He did not deliberately avoid the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji, Princess Zhao Fengya, Sun Ping's wife, and Chun Yu. But he did not deliberately approach them either. When Zhao Ji saw this, she clenched her fists and said in a low voice, Su Fengyan, who was facing the imperial astronomer, slowed down his footsteps. Zhao Ji stared at the handsome face that resembled the face of a certain woman from back then. This young man was still young. He was different from the high-spirited person he had seen before. He was also different from the white-haired person he had seen before. This time, the young man surnamed Su was reserved and calm. Zhao Ji said angrily, "Su Fengyan, don't forget that you are now the king of Beiliang. Beimang will still send its army south at any time." He did not stop walking. If he walked another dozen steps, they would see his back. Zhao Ji said in a heavier tone, "Yuan Benshi, Yang Taisui, Han Shengxian, Teacher Lu. They're all dead, other than Yuan Benshi. The other three have all died by your hands. They're all dead." Zhao Ji found that the young man showed no signs of stopping. A deeply hidden panic appeared in her eyes. She forced herself to calm down and said, "Su Fengyan, even if you don't consider your own life, you have to consider the millions of Beiliang's people. If you die in Great Peace City today, do you not know that the 300,000 cavalry will come to the capital? Do you not know that the Beimang army will take the opportunity to step into the Central Plains?" The young man finally stopped walking. Zhao Ji could just see the side of his face that was clearly defined. Perhaps it was because of the rough sandstorms of the northwest and the tempering of the battlefield. There was no gentleness on the young man's face, only determination. Seeing this person stop, Zhao Ji did not let down her guard. She continued, "The emperor tolerated you entering the capital without permission this time. You, Su Fengyan, should understand." Su Fengyan did not turn his head. He looked at the solemn imperial astronomer. "Many people, including you and Zhao Duan, do not understand why after the white clothes case in the capital, my father left the capital and returned to the Su family's camp with hundreds of thousands of armored soldiers. He still did not lead his army into Great Peace City. Even when my father died, he did not tell me why." Su Fengyan paused. "But after I wandered outside Beiliang like a dog for 3 years, I understood why." Su Xiao did not dare and was not willing to drag his fellow soldiers who had fought in the north and south for half their lives to die with him. But if Su Xiao was not just a level 2 master of martial arts, but a top expert of the martial arts, he would have charged into the palace alone and killed all of you. Do you know what I wanted to do the most after returning to Beiliang? It was not to inherit the throne one day and control the 300,000 border soldiers of Beiliang. It was to practice martial arts and become the best in the world. At that time, I was not afraid of death, but I was afraid that I would be like Su Xiao for the rest of my life and only be a master. I wanted to practice martial arts even in my dreams. No one knew that on the border of Liangmang, there was a young man who did not want to sit under the awning and finally reached the first level of Vajra realm. How happy was that? Su Fengyan narrowed his eyes. The reason I said this is because you are women. But don't forget Zhao Ji in the white clothes case. My mother was also a woman. Su Fengyan started to walk forward. Densely packed iron armor swarmed out of the gate of the Imperial Astronomer. At the end of the streets on both sides, there were countless elite cavalry soldiers rushing over. Zhao Ji, Zhujiu Restaurant's lady boss, Chun Yu, and Zhao Fengya heard the young man's last sentence. What Su Xiao wanted to do but could not do back then, I, Su Fengyan, will do today. Su Yanbing no longer sat in the carriage. He slowly installed the spearhead on the spear. Inside the carriage, there was a large black and gold embroidered robe that he had taken off from his body. The young man who walked toward the Imperial Astronomer. An old cold knife hung from his waist. He was dressed in white. Chapter 16:19. I have something to do tonight, so I only have one chapter today. After the morning court was dismissed, the emperor did not hold a small court meeting to discuss politics as usual. He only had the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, call for the scattered left cavalry attendant, Chun Wang. At that time, Chun Wang was about to walk down the white jade steps with the provincial head official, Huan Wen, but he could only stand where he was, because the left scattered cavalry was an important official in the central government. His position in the so-called Golden Imperial Hall was quite close to the front. Therefore, every time the court was dismissed, by the time Chun Wang stepped out of the hall, the civil and military officials outside the hall had already dispersed like the tide. However, because there were too many unfamiliar faces in this morning court, including Duke Yen Gao Shi and Marquis Huayang Song Downing, a large group of officials and nobles were all present, making the originally spacious hall seem crowded. Therefore, when Chun Wang stopped, there were still people passing by this well-deserved, auspicious talisman's #1 official. Even Song Downing, who gave the impression that the capital's officialdom did not care about worldly affairs, took the initiative to exchange a few pleasantries. A few old officials who once worked together with the old Grand Preceptor of West Chu and the previous left servant of Liang, Sun Shiji, were even more intimate with him as if he were their own son-in-law. If it were not for head eunuch Song Tonglu's gaze, these old officials, who needed to be carefully supported in their daily lives at home, seemed to be able to stand here and chat with Chun Wang for an hour. Chun Wang and Song Tonglu, who was wearing a red python robe, stood together. The inside and outside of the hall gradually cleared out. Chun Wang did not rely on his friendship with the current emperor to ask the head eunuch of Liang's head of eunuchs for the reason. He kept his mouth shut the entire time. It was Song Tonglu who, after a long silence, took the initiative to say softly, I'll have to trouble Chun Wang to wait for a moment. Chun Wang grunted. In the face of Chun Wang's lukewarm response, the eunuch in the python robe, who was feared by all the civil and military officials, did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Ever since Song Tonglu took over the ceremony directorate from Catman Han Shengxian, he had been caught up in the transition between the old and the new in Liang. He rarely had any respect for an official anymore. In Song Tonglu's mind, Chun Xiaobao's ranking was only behind Qi Yanglong, Gu Jiantang, and Huan Wen. He was even ahead of Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun. Chun Wang, who was born a poor scholar, was really too similar to an old man. Whether it was personal integrity or official career, they were exactly the same. It was so much so that it was hard for people to be jealous of them. Chun Wang was so distracted that he only came back to his senses when someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned his head and smiled helplessly before bowing slightly. The young emperor did not wear his dragon robe. Instead, he had changed into a set of casual clothes that did not fit the etiquette. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Chun Wang at the top of the stairs. Song Tonglu, on the other hand, had already bent his waist and retreated. His tiny footsteps were silent as he made way for this pair of auspicious monarch and minister who were destined to leave their names in history. Chun Wang saw a few eunuchs working together to bring over a long ladder. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is your majesty doing?" The emperor smiled and said, "First, accompany me and wait for someone." When Chun Wang saw the ladder carefully placed on the eaves of the throne room, Chun Xiaobao, who had some understanding, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to say something but stopped. The young emperor pointed to two people in the distance for Chun Wang. One was wearing a vermilion python robe. It was clear that he was an important eunuch whose status was not much lower than Song Tonglu's. The other was wearing the clothes of an ordinary Confucian scholar. As they got closer, Chun Wang could finally clearly see the appearance of the two people. The eunuch from the ceremony directorate was a very senior eunuch. At this moment, he was walking slightly ahead of the young man beside him. He was slightly bent at the waist, with one palm extended forward and the other hand holding up his sleeve. It was as if he was leading the way for the other person. The latter's eyes were closed, and his steps were not big. When the eunuch took the lead to walk up the stairs, Chun Wang vaguely heard the old eunuch say, "Mr. Liu, be careful of your feet. We are about to climb the stairs." The emperor turned his head and smiled. "Can you guess who it is?" Chun Wang nodded and said, "Mr. Liu, Lu Xuan of Qingzhou, the king of Jing, and presented the 2 strategies and 13 strategies in the last years of Yonghui. Everyone in the capital knows that it came from Mr. Liu behind the scenes." The emperor suddenly felt somewhat depressed. While there was still some distance between the two sides, he lowered his voice and said, "Lu Xuan's Go skills are very strong. I think that even if the two of us worked together, we would still be chopped up like vegetables. He could easily take care of us." Chun Wang couldn't help but laugh. He quietly joked, "Why don't we get the 10th chess saint, Fan Zhongho? If it doesn't work, doesn't your majesty still have the imperial astronomer and eunuch Zhang to support you? If the 4 of us go together, are you afraid that we can't beat one Lu Su? If it doesn't work, there's still Wu Zongxian, who claims to only lose to Fan Zhongho. If it still doesn't work, we can take turns and deliberately test Lu Su to see how long he can last. We don't have to be afraid that he won't make a move." The young emperor gently elbowed Chun Wang's waist and scolded jokingly, "It's one thing to bully Mr. Liu's poor eyesight and find Fan Zhongho to be our military advisor. You even want to take turns? Can't we be more shameless?" Chun Wang said shamelessly, "This humble subject's face isn't worth much anyway." The emperor raised his elbow and was about to strike again. Chun Wang quickly moved a few steps away. The eunuch from the ceremony directorate led Lu Su closer to the emperor and Lord Qin. When they were about 10 steps away, the emperor quickly walked down the steps and took Lu Su's hand. He smiled and said, "Mr. Liu, I'm sorry to have invited you into the palace in such a hurry." Lu Su didn't reveal the slightest bit of fear and trepidation. He calmly said, "It's a pity that Lu Su is blind and can't see the spectacular view of the palace." When the eunuch who was holding the brush saw this scene, his eyelids twitched. After the young emperor and Lu Su, who was still a commoner, reached the top of the steps, Chun Wang smiled and greeted Lu Su, "Chun Wang of Menxia province. It's my honor to meet Mr. Liu." Lu Su bowed and said, "Lu Su greets Lord Chun." Chun Wang accepted it calmly. That bow was the first and last time Lu Su bowed to an official of Liang since he entered the capital until the end of his life. Many years later, Lu Su quietly died of illness. Grand Secretary Chun Wang stood in the deserted morning hall where only a white-haired old woman was and returned the bow today. The emperor said to Song Tonglu and the eunuch in charge of writing in a deep voice, "I want to climb the steps with these 2 gentlemen. One of you will dismiss everyone nearby and the other will guard here. Remember, in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, I want to see no one in the palace from the roof." The old eunuch in charge of writing quickly left. He naturally didn't dare to fight with Song Tonglu for the position of guarding the steps. Under the emperor's irrefutable order, Chun Wang had to climb the steps first. Lu Su followed closely behind. The young emperor and Song Tonglu held the steps for the 2 of them on the left and right. Song Tonglu didn't raise his head, but he caught a glimpse of the young emperor from the corner of his eye. An emperor with an excellent reputation in the court was holding the steps for a young official and a poor scholar in white. There were 2 pairs of boots above the emperor's head. Song Tonglu's eyes suddenly reddened. When the 3 of them reached the roof of the lofty hall, the eunuch with the seal of the ceremony directorate was completely out of sight. Song Tonglu didn't dare to let go of the steps, but he raised his sleeve slightly to wipe his eyes. Chun Wang helped Lu Su to sit near the roof ridge, leaving the middle seat for the young emperor. After Zhao Zhuan sat down, he smiled and asked, "Is this your first time seeing the scenery of the capital?" "Haha, me too." "Me." Intentionally or unintentionally, he stopped using the word I. Chapter 16:20. Zhao Zhuan put his hands on his knees and sat upright. He gazed out at the imperial streets and slowly said, "When I was still the 4th prince, I heard that there were 2 tallest buildings in the world in the capital. Even the heavenly platform of the imperial astronomer in Great Peace City couldn't compare to them. One was the missing moon tower on the snowy plains of Mount Hui, and the other was the tide listening pavilion in Beiliang. I've been to the snowy plains. It is very tall. Shenyuan Qingfeng is an incredible woman. She won't let me in. At the time, Chun Wang, you were by my side. We were both given the cold shoulder. Therefore, I feel much better about exposing her shortcomings. No matter what happens in the world, it's much easier to have 2 people to shoulder it." Chun Wang smiled. Zhao Zhuan stretched and cracked his neck. "It's a pity I haven't been to the tide listening pavilion. Actually, I really want to go there one day to climb the building. After all, my wife is from Beiliang. No matter who she marries, as long as she marries well, she will want to return home. This is the same logic as us men who want riches and honor but don't return home. Although my wife doesn't say it, I can't help but think about it in my heart. But right now, the court and Beiliang are on bad terms. Not to mention that my father-in-law was scolded badly in private letters by his peers in Beiliang. Even my brother-in-law, who is good friends with Su Fengnian, didn't get to see Su Fengnian when he went to Beiliang Palace on Mount Qingliang. This time, Su Fengnian also came to the capital to avoid arousing suspicion. My brother-in-law didn't go to the Damayai courier station either. Actually, I wouldn't mind at all if I saw him. Why would I mind? I feel guilty towards the Yen family." Zhao Zhuan put his elbows on his legs and rested his chin on his hands. He gazed at the imperial road that seemed to extend all the way to the South Sea. The way of a subject is to follow the rules. The way of a son is to be filial. But in my opinion, whether it's a subject or a son, you can't escape the bottom line of being a human being. Remember the past and remember the kindness. Great Peace City, especially the so-called Golden Imperial Palace under our but, what does it have the most? Most of them were officials. There are many officials who are very capable. They are able to get benefits from both sides and do everything flawlessly. But as for their ability to conduct themselves, I don't think so. But most of the time, even though we know that the people inside and outside the hall have selfish motives, generally speaking, as long as it doesn't harm the country, I and the former emperor who sit on the dragon throne will turn a blind eye to it. After all, when the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Sometimes we even have to personally add fuel to the fire. But this doesn't mean that we aren't sick of it. Day after day, year after year, listening to the cheers and praises, it's really a very boring time. Zhao Zhuan suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. He said helplessly, "I'm not afraid that you 2 will laugh at me, but there have been several times when I've been sleep-talking, and I've always said the words rise up. Because of this, I've been teased by my wife for no reason." Blind Lu Xuan raised his head. The sun was not high in the sky, and a cool breeze was caressing his face. Chun Wang suddenly said, "Facing a mountain of memorials every day is very tiring." Zhao Zhuan sighed with emotion. "As long as you want to be a good emperor, you can't rest for even a day. This is the most tiring thing. When I was young, I often complained to my mother that I couldn't see my father. It was very strange. Must an emperor only see his son a few times a year? At that time, I swore to my mother that when I grew up, I didn't want to be an emperor. I wanted to play with my children all day long and watch them grow up bit by bit. Then they would get married." Chun Wang sighed. Zhao Zhuan smiled brightly and pointed to the south. I know that there is a Jianghu outside of the imperial court. Especially in the past 100 years, it has been very exciting. Previously, there was Li Chungang from Green Mountain, and there were also the 13 grades of spring and autumn. Later, Wang Xianji was known as the invincible martial artist in the martial emperor city. After Huang Longshi scattered the remaining fate energy of the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn into Jianghu, more and more top-notch masters sprung up. A few years ago, I would occasionally think that if I wasn't a prince, but a young man from a Jianghu sect, would I be able to get into the martial arts review? Even if I wasn't a first-pin master, it wouldn't be difficult to be a master who could command the wind and clouds in a county, right? Not to mention other things, just based on my extraordinary ability to read memorials every day without frowning, I should be able to make a name for myself, right? Lu Su smiled and said, ordinary masters want to make a name for themselves in the Jianghu world. It's not as easy as climbing up the ranks in the imperial court. Zhao Zhuan nodded and said, therefore, if I were only Zhao Zhuan, then I would actually be very envious of Su Fengyan. The young emperor paused for a long time. I also admire Su Fengyan. Lu Su said gently, in a small place called Yongzi Alley in Qingzhou, I once gambled chess with the king of Beiliang and won a lot of money from him. Therefore, I roughly know that it's very difficult to catch the eye of the king of Beiliang. Out of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, there are only a handful who can do it. But at the same time, it's also very simple. Perhaps the peddlers like him and are willing to treat him as a friend. Chun Wang smiled and said, if it wasn't for the money the king of Beiliang used to buy poetry and literature, allowing me to gather the money to go to the capital for the imperial examinations, I would most likely be a private teacher in Beiliang. Zhao Zhuan said calmly. Therefore, if it wasn't for Su Fengyan, the 3 of us wouldn't be sitting here today. Maybe it would take me 5 years, 10 years, or even 20 or 30 years to be able to sit here and chat with someone else. I want to thank Su Fengyan, and I also want to thank all of you. Lu Su said calmly. If it was someone else who became the emperor, I, Lu Su, and Sir Chun wouldn't be able to sit here for the rest of our lives. Therefore, there's no need to thank the 2 of us. The meaning behind the blind scholar's words was self-evident. Zhao Zhuan wasn't angry and said softly, the Su family's 800 cavalry rode from Beiliang Strait to the capital. I had people carry an imperial edict and respectfully escort him into the capital. I had the minister of the Ministry of Rights stand guard at the city gate because this is the treatment the 300,000 Beiliang cavalry, who guard the gate of the Central Plains, deserve. Su Fengyan massacred everyone at the Maui post station, attracting countless masters to join forces. He fought great battles one after another and could be said to be the masterpiece of Jianghu. I didn't pay attention to it because this is the treatment Su Fengyan deserves as the martial arts grandmaster of Liang. Before coming here, I heard that he went to the Ministry of Rights Yamen wearing a vassal king's robe. Not only did he beat up left assistant minister Jean Lanting, he even pulled out Jean Sanlang's beard. I still wasn't angry because he is one of the most powerful vassals in Liang. I, Zhao Zhuan, can take a step back for him. Even if he took care of the old minister, Sima Puhua, I can still endure. To the extent that the previous emperor could tolerate Su Shao, I can tolerate Su Fengyan to the extent that I can tolerate him. It doesn't matter even if it's more. Because I am sitting on the dragon throne, he is guarding the country for me. Zhao Zhuan clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He narrowed his eyes and said, but he wants to go to the imperial astronomer, to the place where the Zhao family of Liang rose. He wants to destroy the painstaking efforts of countless people. I can't stand it. I'd rather he come to the imperial palace and point at my, Zhao Zhuan's, nose and curse when there is no one around. Zhao Zhuan stood up and turned to look at the imperial astronomer. He said in a low voice, Liang's annual transport of grain to the capital is more than 8 million sure, excluding the amount that cannot be ignored in the capital. I originally planned to give 1 million sure to Beiliang every year. Under this premise, for every 150,000 Beimang killed by Beiliang or every 50,000 frontier soldiers killed in battle, I will give him another 500,000 sure each. Since Gu Jiantang of Liao can't kill people, as long as you Beiliang can kill people who are still in Liang's territory, then I am willing to give you provisions and provisions for the soldiers. Following this, Zhao Zhuan said expressionlessly, imperial astronomer Li Shogua and Li Chong and father and son, 1,400 armored soldiers, 100 experts from the Ministry of Justice, 300 imperial guards, plus the 1,200 cavalry that has already left for the imperial astronomer, a total of 3,000 people. According to what was said before, the annual 1 million shur, plus the contributions from killing the enemy and the compensation for those who died in battle, Beiliang now has more than 3 million shur of grain. When he leaves the capital, he will send it along the Guangling River to Beiliang. However, today at the imperial astronomer, for every person he kills from great and city, I will leave behind 1,000 shur of grain for the imperial court. The grain of the Central Plains was used to buy Beimang's head and also to buy Beiliang's life. Lu Su was indifferent. Chun Wang wanted to speak but stopped. Was the young man rushing to the imperial astronomer Su Zhao's son or Wu Su's son? They looked the same but were very different. Was it the king of Beiliang, the leader of 300,000 cavalry? Or was it the Jianghu Grandmaster Su Fengyan who had mastered martial arts? They looked the same but were very different. The only young emperor standing said calmly, "Therefore, if you, Su Fengyan, have the ability to kill 3,000 people, then do it." Chapter 16:21. The 1,400 armored soldiers of the Li family surged to the gate of the imperial astronomer like a flood. They formed a tight formation like a barricade. In reality, there was only one person in front of the armor. The 1,400 elite soldiers who had specially changed into heavy armor, other than the two generals, Li Shogua and Li Chong'en, were all inside the gate of the imperial astronomer. Not a single one stepped out. Wearing this kind of large armor that weighed 50 caddies was equivalent to abandoning all flexibility and mobility. Originally, it should have appeared in a special battlefield where the foot could stop the cavalry, relying on the innate weight of a single armor and the momentum condensed by a dense formation to resist the impact of the cavalry's charge. However, if an army was only equipped with heavy armor, large shields, and long spears and crossbows, no matter how steady they would not be able to chase after the cavalry even if they succeeded in stopping the charge of the cavalry. They would only be able to defend and would not be able to expand the battle results. However, on today's strange battlefield, no one found the equipment of 1,400 people that defied common sense to be ridiculous. In fact, most of the soldiers wished that they could wear another set of armor that was suffocating after being worn for a long time. The 100 copper fish bag masters that the Ministry of Justice had carefully selected from the rivers and lakes of Liang over the years were divided into two groups. They stood on the two wings of the infantry formation. Their positions were very particular. They were slightly scattered and tried to squeeze into the imperial astronomer's field. At the same time, they could coordinate with each other to prevent the enemy from circling around and entering the gate. At the ends of the wide street outside the imperial astronomer, the infantry and cavalry arrived. The 300 imperial guards with golden embroidered scabbards were the first to leave the cavalry. They walked as fast as they could, sticking close to the base of the wall and heading straight for the imperial astronomer. They blocked in front of the 1,400 infantry. The 1,200 cavalry that had been urgently transferred from the northern Jingji army had a majestic aura. They were far more in line with the title of a Tiger Wolf army than the western Jingji armies who Qi officer Qi Chonggong's western wall camp. They were in no hurry to charge. They stopped their horses at the two ends of the street and watched covetously. When they did not show up earlier, the sound of the horses' iron hooves hitting the street was like thunder. This already showed that part of the cavalry was terrifying enough to tear apart the enemy formation. This mysterious cavalry that had never appeared before the eyes of the capital was an elite cavalry that the general of the north, Ma Lulong, had spent most of his life and a huge amount of money to build. The location and number of soldiers were not recorded in the Ministry of War's files. The Ministry of Revenue of Liang did not have to bear the expenses of this cavalry. For the past 20 years, it had always been directly transferred from the treasury of the Kingdom of Zhao to support the shocking expenses of maintaining the operation of the cavalry. Historically, only the old Minister of War, Gu Jiantang, had the qualifications to know the inside story. When Chen Jibao and Liu Baijie temporarily took over the Ministry of War, they were already unable to know too many details. They could only roughly know the growth of the cavalry, from the initial 300 to 500, 800, before Chen Jibao stepped down as Minister of War and became a vassal. When Liu Baijie was demoted to Guangling Road as Jidushi, they could only speculate that this cavalry had shown signs of a sudden increase in numbers from other sources. This was because after the ascension of the emperor, especially after Beiliang's victory over Beimang, the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue began to secretly deploy troops that were not legal. The Ministry of War selected soldiers, horses, and armor, while the Ministry of Revenue had to pay a huge sum of money even if they had to tighten their belts. They didn't even dare to complain that they were poor. Moreover, the accounts had to be clean, so that even the doctors of the Ministry of Revenue who were not involved in the specific affairs of the Ministry of Revenue would not be able to see any clues. However, even Liu Baijie, who had once been the Minister of War, did not know that this cavalry had an extremely special significance to the three Zhao emperors of Liang other than its unstoppable and shocking combat ability. In the past 25 years, the cavalry had only secretly entered the capital 3 times. The first time was when Emperor Gaozu, who had established Liang's legitimate status, personally issued a secret order. Yang Taisui and Liu Haosher personally led the cavalry into the city. The second time was when Emperor Gaozu won the title of Meritorious Minister. The last time was when the previous Emperor Zhao Dun successfully wore the dragon robe that night. Led by half-inch tongue-bearing Ben Shi, they marched straight into Great Peace City and surrounded the mansion of Zhao Heng, who was still a prince at that time. Therefore, this was basically an army supporting the dragon of the Liang dynasty. The proprietress of Juju restaurant looked around and for some reason, her smile was somewhat bleak. She muttered, "Sun Ping, is this the military might of Liang that you wanted to create back then?" She shook her head and collected her thoughts. She turned to Zhao Ji and mocked, "What, you're still not leaving? Are you staying here to use your status as the Empress Dowager to tie down Su Fengyan so that he won't dare to go on a killing spree?" Zhao Ji's expression was complicated. It was bleak, bitter, hateful, and fearful. In the end, he sighed and said self-deprecatingly, "A long time ago, you were only Wu Su's friend, even though we knew each other earlier. Now you only treat Wu Su's son as a junior. As for my 2 sons, be it Zhao Zhuan or Zhao Wu, you're not even willing to look at them." The proprietress seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. She said sternly, "Fight! You've been fighting your whole life. Even today you're still like this, wanting to fight for everything. Su Xiao overshadowed Zhao Dun. You're resentful. Wu Su's name shook the capital. You're not convinced. Now, Su Fengyan and Zhao Zhuan, these 2 youngsters, are upright, relying on their family's resources and abilities to wrestle with each other. What are you getting involved for? What can you do?" Chapter 16:22. Zhao Ji's face was devoid of any rich expression. There was a rare sadness and decadence. He turned to look at the imperial astronomer and said softly, "Wu Su and Su Xiao are dead. My man is dead too. My son has become the emperor. What do I have to fight for? But you don't know what the imperial astronomer means to the Zhao family. The saber armor Qi Lianhua has killed all the Qi cultivators from the imperial astronomer. It has already affected the fate of the Zhao family in Liang. If Su Fengyan insists on killing people today, he will destroy the formation built by the previous Taoist masters of Mount Longhu. As a result, the item sent to the capital by the previous saint of the Zhang family, Yan Xinggong, will be destroyed. Do you know what kind of catastrophe this will be? You definitely don't know why the Empress of Beimang's million-strong army didn't even break through Beiliang's pass. More than 300,000 people died. But she didn't immediately strip King of the southern courtyard Dongjue of his position as the commander-in-chief. She was waiting for Beiliang to see the hope of another victory after the great victory. She wanted Su Fengyan to enter the capital to ask for the transport of grain and fodder. During this time, she came to the imperial astronomer to settle the old score and destroy Liang's foundation. Therefore, the people who are watching the imperial astronomer now are that old woman and Beimang's Taiping commandant, West Chu's Chao Chongqing, Nanjiang's Yan King Zhaobing, and Liao's Gu Jiantang. Of course, at this very moment, Mr. Xie and the King of Shu are standing in the imperial astronomer. Zhao Ji sighed and said, "Is the imperial astronomer really just about the life and death of Su Fengyan and 3,000 soldiers? The Beiliang cavalry, West Chu's rebel army, Nanjiang's army, and Liao's border army are all involved. If we're not careful, Beimang's million-strong army will ruthlessly trample on the territory of the Central Plains. Even if they're eventually beaten back and driven back to the desert and grassland, how many people will die in Liang? The lady boss deliberately showed a frightened and terrified expression. She covered her chest and said, "You scared me to death." The corners of Chun Yu's mouth curved slightly. The lady boss suddenly walked toward Zhao Ji. She raised her hand and was about to slap him. Zhao Ji remained motionless, his eyes cold. The lady boss smiled and retracted her hand. "Forget it. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Although this old lady's jujidojo is a small business, at least the things I make are clean. As for you big shots meddling in the affairs of the country, I don't give a damn about how you worry about the country and its people. In any case, I only know one thing. With Wu Su's son here, as long as Su Fengnian is alive, no matter if he is in Great Peace City or in Beiliang, no matter if he dies in the Imperial Astronomer today or on the battlefield in the future, in the end, I feel satisfied. Because it makes me feel that not only is my man a fool who dares to risk universal condemnation, but also the father and son of the Su family, Su Xiao and Su Fengnian." The landlady walked towards the carriage, and Chun Yu followed closely behind. After the landlady sat down in the carriage, she looked at Chun Yu, who was bending down to enter. She teased, "Do you regret it now?" Chun Yu's bright eyes were smiling as she looked at the landlady. She did not speak. The landlady said in bewilderment, "If he was just a wretched lecher in the past and you did not like him, why are you still not moved?" Chun Yu hesitated, her expression strange. She finally said, "In the past, he only wanted to take me back to Beiliang and give me to his younger brother, Su Longxiang, to be his wife. Aunt Hong, do you think I would have agreed?" My teacher, Huang Longshi, was depressed for many days when he learned of this news. The landlady resisted for a long time and then laughed. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "This boy is even more of a bastard than the young Su Xiao." Zhao Ji also returned to the carriage. He saw his daughter with a sad expression, Princess Sui Zhu Zhao Fengya. Zhao Fengya lowered her head and said, "Fourth brother promised me not to marry Chun Jibao." Zhao Ji said angrily, "I do not agree." A horse galloped with all his might. He rushed past the armored cavalry at the end of the street and headed straight for Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian was only 20 steps away from the gate of the Imperial Astronomer. He sighed when he saw the young man who had fallen off his horse. Yan Qiji, the Huang men of the Hanlin Academy and the younger brother of the current empress, stood in front of Su Fengnian with a face full of sweat and tears. He choked with sobs and said, "Brother Nian, don't go any further." His Majesty said that Beiliang can lift the ban on the transport of 3 million Dan. However, for every one of the 3,000 armored soldiers who dies today, 1,000 Dan will be deducted. Su Fengnian said softly, "Go back and tell Marshal Addict Kong that we are still brothers." Yan Qiji suddenly grabbed Su Fengnian's sleeve and said with tears streaming down his face, "Brother Nian, don't go. I beg you." Su Fengnian said softly, "Don't worry. I won't die. No matter how many people I kill, Li Yong will not dare to take a single Dan less from the transport of 3 million Dan." Then Su Fengnian shook his sleeve and broke free from Yan Qiji's grip. He scolded jokingly, "Get out of here. If you stay here, I will be distracted." Yan Qiji was conflicted. He gritted his teeth and did not say anything else. He suddenly turned around and mounted his horse again. Without turning his head, the young man raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. Su Fengnian looked at the Imperial Astronomer. He held the old cold blade hanging from the left side of his waist. His left hand pressed lightly on the hilt. A pale-faced leader with a copper fish bag took 5 or 6 steps out of the formation and shouted, "Halt! Immediately retreat 50 steps from the gate of the Imperial Astronomer." The next moment, this Ministry of Justice official flew high into the air like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily into the infantry formation behind the gate. Unknowingly, Su Fengnian was standing where he was standing just now. "Beiliang, you can fight or die, but you cannot retreat." Even facing 1,000,000 troops of Beimang was like this, let alone 3,000 soldiers of the Zhao family. Chapter 16:23. The 300 imperial guards held the hilts of their swords at the same time. Even though the masters of the Ministry of Justice were repelled by the young king and were ready to break into the imperial astronomer, the 300 Zhao Kingdom's elites still didn't immediately draw their swords to kill the enemy. Of course, this didn't mean that the royal guards were all pretty but useless. It also didn't mean that the royal guards had a good temper. If it had been anyone else standing at the door, the 300 royal guards with the secret edict would have already rushed up and killed them. However, for some reason, the young man in front of them didn't wear the king's robe. After all, he was the son of General Su Shao, who had 300,000 Northwest Iron Cavalry. He was also a martial arts grandmaster who was as famous as Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai. In terms of Jianghu, he was probably more famous than the other two Earth Immortals. Whoever drew their swords first would die first. The reason was that simple. The consecrator of the Ministry of Justice was sent flying. The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards could only brace himself and take his place. This tall and sturdy peerless master of the Imperial Guards had an imperial saber with the name Eternal Hui Tian hanging from his waist. During the reign of the late emperor, it took the palace master 5 years to forge 18 swords. The first 3 swords were kept in the palace guards. Only when the late emperor wore the golden dragon armor and participated in the hunt, he would wear one of them. Until the end of the Yonghui dynasty, in addition to the 3 palace guards, the Yonghui Tian 16, 17, and 18 were given 3 swords. According to the rules, the position of the palace guards commander was not hereditary, but the golden swords were hereditary. In other words, only those who sat in these 3 positions were qualified to wear the 3 swords. Gu Jiantang of the Great Pillar State, Chun Jibao of Shu, Lu Baijie of the Tangxi Sword Ferry, and Wu Zhongshuan, who had just arrived at the capital to attend the imperial court. Each of the 4 ministers of the Ministry of War of the Liang dynasty was bestowed with a sword and kept it for generations. Among the 8 generals of the 4 campaigns and 4 towns, other than Wu Zhongshuan, only the general of the northern campaign, Ma Lulong, received this honor. However, no one knew the exact number of the 5 insignia sabers. After the current emperor ascended to the throne, he ordered nearly 500 new imperial swords to be replicated according to the Eternal Hui Heaven Sword. He personally named them the Auspicious Talisman Day Swords, or Day Swords for short. The scabbard was made of wood with a golden peach leather sheath. The guard was an oval-shaped hollow plate made of iron and gold. There were 3 moving jade dragons inside, which were vivid and lifelike. The deputy commander of the royal guards took a deep breath. His tone was no longer as stiff as the unlucky guy from the Ministry of Justice. He said in a low voice, "King of Bailiang, please don't make things difficult for us." Su Fengyan, who was standing with his hand on the blade, did not make a sound. He did not take out the old cold blade that had been forged very early on. Instead, he gently tapped the hilt of the blade with his finger. It was like the sound of Bailiang's drum. Being able to become the deputy commander of the royal guards in Liang, he naturally would not be a coward. The burly man smiled. He had a bit of the spirit of a man who was willing to die for the emperor. He probably knew that he was going to die. He did not have the old-fashioned attitude of a servant beside the emperor in the palace. He looked at the northwest vassal in front of him and laughed heartily. Yang Dongping, a wild warrior from the old Dongyue countryside. 12 years ago, I entered the capital as a royal guard's guard. I have been away from Jianghu for 12 years. This is the last battle of my life. To be able to fight with the king of Bailiang, my life is not in vain. After saying his last words, Yang Dongping took out the Eternal Hui Heaven No. 17 Imperial Sword, which he did not know who would be given to after his death. He shouted, "Meet the enemy!" 300 auspicious Talisman Day swords were neatly unsheathed. Yang Dongping took the lead and rushed forward with the sword. He roared, "Follow me to retreat from the enemy!" In an instant, 20 royal guards, including Yang Dongping, rushed forward one after another. In addition to maintaining the thickness of the formation outside the front gate of the Imperial Observatory, 100 royal guards did not move. The rest of the royal guards rushed to the left and right sides of the battlefield where the king of Bailiang and Yang Dongping were fighting. Obviously, they not only wanted to block the path of the young vassal, but also to block the path of retreat. More than 200 royal guards were extremely fast. For a moment, outside the gate of the Imperial Observatory, they were like a group of gorgeous butterflies fluttering in the air. The soldiers of the Li family who were inside the gate were dazzled and felt a chill down their spines. They asked themselves, how can an ordinary master survive such a fierce encirclement? Every step that Yang Dongping took caused the street to tremble. He didn't dare to jump up and slash down. When facing a martial grandmaster like the king of Northern Liang, who was much weaker than him, there were too many openings. He was destined to be killed in one move. Even though Yang Dongping was a first-stage Vajra realm martial artist, he only chose the most conservative move. He used his saber as a sword and stabbed the tip of his saber towards the king of Northern Liang's chest. Furthermore, he didn't use his full strength in this attack. He left 30% to 40% of his qi in case he couldn't defeat the king of Northern Liang. Although Yang Dongping had been away from the Jianghu of the Central Plains for more than 10 years and was not well known, he did not dare to slack off for a single day in the palace where countless martial arts manuals were stored. The path of martial arts was like sailing against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. Yang Dongping, who had outstanding talent and constitution, had endured loneliness for more than 10 years. He did not care about the false reputation of being a Shen finger expert. Instead, he trained his Vajra realm cultivation to be extremely solid. The move before him was a combination of several supreme arts that had not been passed down. He had also received guidance from the former head of the ceremony directorate, Han Shengxian. This move of his had almost reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Yang Dongping did not dare to underestimate the new grandmasters in the world. However, he soon realized that he had not faced a top grandmaster for many years. Once he encountered a figure like the king of Beiliang, a slight mistake could be fatal. Yang Dongping's original intention was to avoid the king of Beiliang when he saw that the situation was not good. Otherwise, he would retreat on the spot. With the palace guards behind him filling in the positions and helping to delay the battle, he would still have a chance to survive. At that time, he could continue to fight. Unfortunately, Yang Dongping did not expect that he would die because he did not overestimate himself but seriously underestimated his opponent. The young man in white did not try to stop him. He allowed the Eternal Radiance number 17 Imperial Sword, which could cut through iron like mud, to stab his chest. At that moment of choice, life and death were on the line. Yang Dongping, who thought that he had an opportunity, suddenly increased the qi between his 5 fingers. He stopped accumulating power and the 3 jade dragons in the Imperial Sword's guard immediately let out sonorous dragon cries. When the tip of the Imperial Sword was about to touch the linen cloth on the young man's chest, it would be able to penetrate his body. Suddenly, a huge force was transmitted from the body of the Imperial Sword. The Imperial Sword in his hand was like hitting a mountain, like an egg hitting a stone. Yang Dongping had decisively given up this precious Eternal Radiance Imperial Sword. However, just as he let go, the king of Beiliang had already stretched out his palm. Yang Dongping's whole body seemed to have been hit violently by a battering ram. His body was still slightly moving forward, but his whole chest instantly caved in and a large part of his back protruded at the same time. Yang Dongping, who was in the first-grade Vajra realm and the deputy commander of the palace guards, died on the spot. Yang Dongping's body flew out and hit a guard who was waiting for an opportunity to pounce on the young lord. The unparalleled momentum caused the guard to have no time to dodge, and a large amount of blood splattered wantonly in his chest. There was a guard behind him who tried to reach out and stop his seriously injured colleague. With a crack, his arm exploded. There was no chance for him to regret. The 2 people who were retreating without any signs of weakening slammed into him. Then, the 3 corpses flew out together and slid out on the ground. The corpses slowly stopped in front of 100 palace guards who were as motionless as mountains. On the ground, a scarlet blood flowed. The dead were already dead, and the living were a ghastly sight. After Yang Dongping was killed by a palm, the Eternal Radiance Heaven Blade, which was supposed to be passed to the next deputy commander of the palace guards after the war, flew out of his hand. Su Fingyan casually waved it. The Imperial Sword that was thrown high out of its sheath paused for a moment, and then began to fly like a flying sword controlled by a sword immortal. Chapter 16:24. The saber first swept across the neck of a palace guard, and in the next moment, it pierced through the shoulder of his colleague beside him. It entered the left shoulder and came out the right shoulder. A nearby guard who had jumped high with his saber was cut in half by the saber. It formed a large arc around Su Fengnian. After all, this group of palace guards was one of the few experts in the palace. In the arc of Yonghui 17, there was no lack of people who used their sabers to save their lives or intercept. However, without exception, as long as they used their sabers, the temporarily ownerless Yonghui 17 was unscathed. However, the day sabers in the hands of the other guards shattered on the spot. Without seeing Su Fengnian move, Yonghui 17 began to draw a second arc with a larger range. At the same time, in the first big circle around Su Fengnian, the sabers of all the palace guards who died in battle before they could use their sabers also began to leave the ground and fly into the air, joining the arc. In the second arc, which was even farther away from Su Fengnian's body, there was an ear-piercing sound of the day saber exploding and breaking, and corpses kept falling to the ground. The more than 160 palace guards who were still alive were forced to stand outside the arc. It seemed that they were surrounding the king of Bailiang, who had not really used his saber yet. In fact, they could not even catch the corner of the young king's clothes. When Su Fengnian began to move forward, the arc that was visible but traceable suddenly rippled and changed. Occasionally, it would jump out of the arc and kill a certain guard before returning to the arc. More than 20 guards who were caught off guard were killed immediately. After someone shouted, "Break the array together!" The palace guards outside the circle began to slash at the arc with no regard for their lives. Ordinary people would not be able to detect a breath. For an ordinary martial artist who had reached a high level in martial arts, a single breath was like a raindrop falling on the roof, disappearing as soon as it touched the ground. However, a martial arts grandmaster's breath was as long as a river. Ever since he personally created the division of martial artists into the first grade and the fourth realm, there was a saying that his body could travel 800 miles in an instant. When experts of similar strength fought against each other, it was mostly a battle of chi. Whoever had a longer breath would often be in an invincible position, and whoever had a shorter breath would be able to seize the fleeting opportunity faster, thus resulting in life and death for the other party. No matter what, the rest of the imperial guards found that they could not let the young king continue to finish everything in one go comfortably. Su Fengnian continued forward, ignoring the imperial guards who were trying their best to break the formation. He turned his head and looked at Su Yanbing, who was holding the instant spear. The latter smiled and nodded. Su Yanbing's accompanying this time was not to help kill people, and was not even to help Su Fengnian block the armored cavalry at the two ends of the street. These people would all be left to Su Fengnian, who had reached a new level in the Maui post station, to deal with himself. But before Su Fengnian entered the Imperial Astronomer, he would hold back two people and two formations. Su Fengnian was today in Great Peace City. Just like when Wang Xianji was standing in Martial Emperor City. This kind of state of mind was related to the level of martial cultivation, but at the same time it was not very related. But whether or not one had this kind of state of mind, it would have an effect on one's cultivation. Previously, Su Fengnian had truly managed to fight one against two people at the last moment of Maui. This had already explained everything. At the time, Chao Chongqing, Luo Yang, Wu Jian, Shenyuan Qingfeng and the others had done it intentionally. Dong Tai, Chun Jibao, Yu Groom, Chai Qingshan and the others had done it unintentionally. On the empty street, Su Yanbing lightly inhaled, the shaft of the spear in his hand trembling. This man who had always been seriously neglected in the Liang dynasty and the Jianghu of the Central Plains, a middle-aged martial artist who had never been heard of, who had never left Bailiang's territory, and who did not have many illustrious battle records, raised his head to look at the heavenly connecting platform of the Imperial Astronomer. Chun Jibao, Xie Guanying, who will come first? Or together? On the heavenly connecting platform, Xie Guanying said helplessly, "Of the two of us, the one who can fight, you are not willing to act, the one who can run, I can't run right now. What should I do? My head hurts." Chun Jibao said indifferently, "There are two big arrays in the Imperial Astronomer. The one on Dragon Tiger Mountain can be used to imprison Su Yanbing." Xie Guanying sighed. although there are more than 60 imperial jade seals in the spring and autumn period, and the influence of Duke Yenqing's presence is not big. But without the big array on Dragon Tiger Mountain to reduce Su Fengnian's strength, the effect will be very different. The most important thing is that you are not willing to act. Chun Jibao interrupted the words of the ambitious scholar. You should know that Su Fengnian came here to do something that I would have done in the future. I'm just standing here, and that's already giving you a lot of face. If you want to take the opportunity to destroy Beiliang's fate, then do it with your own ability. Xie Guaniying said self-mockingly. I know. Our cooperation is like asking a tiger for its skin. I Xie Guaniying know it in my heart. At this time, Jin Sinan, who had been the leader of the Qi cultivators in the north for 20 years, suddenly ran into the Tong Tian platform, looking anxious. Xie Guaniying frowned. His fingers quickly pinched in his sleeves and said to himself, It is not strange that Duke Yenqing suddenly left the capital, but other than that, what other big changes can there be? Jin Sinan's face was pale, and he said sadly, Mr. Xie, I just went to the Imperial Treasury and found that Duke Yenqing had taken away the central seal that symbolizes the fate of the Confucian school. Xie Guaniying was stunned at first, then he laughed. His sleeves shook, looked to the south and said in high spirits, Duke Yenqing, do you really think that by doing such a rebellious thing, you can stop me, Xie Guaniying? You are just trying to be clever and make a fool of yourself. You're just a bunch of stubborn scholars. On the post road, in a simple carriage from the north to the south, a middle-aged Confucian scholar and a little attendant were sitting in the carriage. The little attendant looked at his teacher, who was fidgety for the first time, and could not think of anything in the world that could make his teacher feel uneasy. Finally, the little attendant could not help but ask curiously, Mister, what's wrong? Before the teacher could give an answer, the little attendant thought that he had found the answer, and he grinned. Could it be that you are not acclimatized to the capital and have a stomachache? The middle-aged Confucian scholar had a small wooden box with simple carvings on his knees. After hearing the little attendant's teasing, he remained calm. The little attendant was worried, and he asked with a bitter face, Mister, are you worried about the world's affairs? Can I share your worries? Soon, the little attendant sighed heavily and said, Of course not. I don't even have scholarly honors now. The middle-aged Confucian scholar smiled and said, Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Whether or not one has the ability is secondary. Whether or not one has morals in one's heart, it comes before one's ability. The little attendant's face still did not look better. I have read so many sages with you, of course I know these principles. The Confucian scholar smiled and said, This time you have to accompany me to the capital. In the end, you want to slack off on your homework and study for me. The little attendant said, Oh, and began to read aloud the 10 family precepts that the teacher had summed up with his life's efforts. The teacher's family precepts were the family precepts of all the scholars in the world. Inside and outside the carriage, the sound of reading was loud. The middle-aged Confucian scholar began to close his eyes and concentrate. A scholar listened to the sound of reading. When you see a virtuous person, you should follow him. When you see a virtuous person, you should reflect on yourself. Do not do to others what you do not want to be done to yourself. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. When the little attendant read the last sentence of the 10 precepts, a scholar must be resolute. The burden is heavy, and the road is long. The middle-aged Confucian scholar followed and said, A scholar must be resolute. The burden is heavy, and the road is long. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and patted the little attendant's shoulder. His eyes were firm, and he slowly said, Because the burden is heavy and the road is long, we scholars should remember one thing more. A scholar must be resolute. The little attendant did not know the inside story, but he nodded hard. It was the middle-aged Confucian scholar of the current Duke Yenqing. He smiled and opened the box. It was empty. The Duke Yenqing said softly, Su Fengnian, with you, Beiliang, fighting to the death in front. The Central Plains will be resolute behind. Chapter 16:25. The top Qi cultivator in the north, Jin Xian, and stood beside Xie Guaniying and Chun Jibao. He looked down at the scene outside the gate of the imperial astronomer. Looking at the young vassal king who was still suppressing his aura despite being trapped in the battle, he suddenly felt generous. Why bother? Since you have already killed your way to the imperial astronomer, why don't you give it your all? Jean Exian, and as the head of the imperial astronomer and the head of the imperial astronomer, knew a lot of inside information that even the officials in the capital did not know. For example, the existence of the two big formations was the cornerstone of the battle against top martial artists like Wang Xianji and Chao Chongqing. Beimang's west capital once had a huge vat that hid a flood dragon, which could be used to search for all kinds of strange phenomena in the human world. The imperial astronomer's methods were not bad, or even better. Jean Exian, and also knew that this time, in order to target the young man surnamed Su, he could be said to be unscrupulous. In Mr. Xie's plan, the 300 palace guards were not chosen purely because of the combat power of these guards, but because they were closely related to the fate of the Zhao family in Liang. In particular, he persuaded the current emperor to allow the 1,200 heavy cavalry trained by Ma Lulong to rush into the capital in hopes of wearing down Su Fengyan's own fate. As the top Qi diviner Jean Exian, and knew about fate and fate. It seemed illusory, but in short, it was the will of the people. It was the power of heaven and earth. On the contrary, it was no longer the fate of heaven. It was the fate that heroes were not free, and everything came to an end. Therefore, Mr. Xie was really cruel and merciless. Not only did he ignore the life and death of the 3,000 soldiers, but he also wanted to destroy the fate that Beiliang had painstakingly gathered by Su Fengyan. At that time, Qi Jiajie's one sword of going Liang did not make Su Fengyan use Beiliang's fate. The young vassal king risked his life to prevent the one sword of 1,000 miles from entering Yuzhou. This time, Mr. Xie was forcing Su Fengyan to make a difficult choice. Would he let his emotions affect his decision, barge into the imperial astronomer, and resist the two big formations regardless of the consequences? Or would he leave some suspense for Beimang, which was in the middle of Beiliang's struggle for power in the Central Plains? Now it seemed that compared to the time when Qi Jiajie, one man and one sword, died one after another, Su Fengyan's state of mind had changed. He no longer had his hands and feet tied, nor did he have any misgivings. Although he was on the opposing side of the young vassal king, when Jean Exian and saw the scene at the door, he couldn't help but feel sincere admiration. With this young man leading the new Jianghu of Liang, Li Yufu, Qi Xianxia, and Shenyuan Qingfeng, all of them were truly impressive. Outside the Imperial Observatory, Dong Tai had just shown his magnificent skill of killing 1,000 people and 1,000 swords in an instant in Tai and City yesterday. Today, Su Fengyan was using what he had learned. A young vassal king who had forcefully borrowed the day sword appeared in front of each of the 100 palace guards standing outside the door. Almost all of the palace guards were repelled by one move, and they all crashed into the outer wall. The entire thick wall rumbled and was on the verge of collapsing. If there were some valiant guards who didn't want to retreat and tried to take back their swords to continue blocking the road, they were quickly stabbed by a sword and nailed into the wall along with their swords. Of the 300 palace guards that Yang Dongping had brought, less than 100 were still alive. Yang Dongping was the first to die in battle. The two carriages had just turned the corner at the end of the street and had just brushed shoulders with the charging cavalry. On one of the carriages, Chun Yu lifted the curtain and saw through the gap that at the very back of the cavalry, there were many tall and large cavalry who were donning armor and getting on their horses with the help of the supporting troops. Other than that, there were also hundreds of idle war horses that no one had ridden. Chun Yu said in surprise, "I thought that this troop had entered Taiyan City as an armored cavalry." The proprietress of the Juzhou restaurant couldn't help but laugh. "Silly girl, this is a heavy cavalry that has only appeared a few times in the wars of the spring and autumn period. When they travel, they definitely won't wear armor. Before they face the enemy, the war horses they ride will definitely be supporting horses. Otherwise, if both the men and horses wear armor, the cavalry and the war horses won't be able to take it after a long time. Let alone being able to destroy everything on the battlefield and play a crucial role in deciding the battle, they probably would have collapsed from exhaustion before they could even charge. Wearing armor before the battle is a rule of heavy cavalry. Only then will they have enough strength to tear apart the enemy's most dense and important formation. But even so, they cherish the strength of the war horses. On the battlefield, it's already very impressive to be able to carry out 2 long-distance charges while maintaining an orderly formation. As for using 1,000-man heavy cavalry in a roundabout way, that's just a novel and can't be taken seriously. Chun Yu reluctantly pulled back her gaze and put down the curtain. She sighed emotionally. Aunt Hong, so that's how it is. In the past, I thought that heavy cavalry meant that they could wear armor and run for thousands of kilometers. The lady boss's eyes were absent-minded. She said softly, "Only when you go to Bailiang and see them kill with your own eyes will you know how valiant a true heavy cavalry is. Actually, I only heard it casually from my man back then. But at that time, Su Xiao used the strength of alcohol to pat his chest and say some heroic words that reached the clouds. He said that one day in this life, he would lead over 100,000 elite cavalry and beat 1,000,000 Baimang barbarians until they were cowards who didn't even dare to step out of their homes. Back then, my man Sun Ping and Su Xiao, one a poor scholar who had no money and the other a boor who had to look at the Ministry of War's face, could actually drink together and brag without thinking. It was already strange enough. Wu Su and I, 2 women, actually felt quite helpless every time we saw them putting on that cocky appearance of a hero in the world at the table. Xie Guaniying suddenly joked, "Are you really not going to fight with Su Yanbing? Or are you saying that you'll wait until you've taken that step and half a step respectively before you have a life-and-death battle like Su Fengyan and Wang Xianji? But let me say this first. This kind of opportunity might not come. It's the same for both you and him." Chun Zhibao stretched out his hand. A beam of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the heaven-reaching platform. Chapter 16:26. Chun Zhibao held the plum wine and pulled it out gently. His figure flashed and disappeared. Even though Jean Exian and had ascended to the great celestial state, he still couldn't help but take a step back when the long spear landed on the ground. At that moment, the Qi cultivator grandmaster understood a principle. Jean Exian and state was like an ant in the eyes of Su Fengyan, Chun Zhibao, and Su Yanbing. Xie Guaniying turned and threw a sharp look at Jean Exian, and the latter calmed down and nodded. He went downstairs in his white robe. In a hidden attic of the imperial astronomer, the northern prime minister of the Liang dynasty, Wu Lingsu, who was wearing a purple-gold robe, followed Jean Exian and into the building. The 2 straightened their clothes and took an incense stick from the hands of 2 old Taoists who had been guarding the building for many years. They walked to a table carved from red sandalwood. On the table, there was an ancient incense burner. There was an incense stick as thick as a child's arm in the burner all year round. The incense stick burned continuously. Before Jean Exian and came, not only did he put on the deputy uniform of the imperial astronomer, he also borrowed the badge of the head of the imperial astronomer and hung it on his waist. Wu Lingsu, on the other hand, went to great lengths to bring the golden edict that the court had issued to him. The edict was stamped with the vermilion seal of the emperor's 3 seals and the emperor's 3 seals. It was the emperor's seal that was specially used to worship the gods. Jean Exian, and Wu Lingsu put the incense sticks in their hands on the left and right sides of the burner respectfully. The 2 spoke at the same time. Jean Exian and folded his hands and looked straight ahead. He said in a low voice, "Enforcing justice on behalf of heaven." Wu Lingsu looked down and bowed. "To suppress the 4 barbarians." The wall behind the burner was shrouded in layers of smoke. One could vaguely see solemn portraits that were as tall as real people hanging on the wall. As Jean Exian and Wu Lingsu finished speaking, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. The portraits that didn't reveal themselves started to show their true faces. They didn't reveal their true faces. The portraits on the wall were of the ascended Taoist masters of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Jean Exian's expression was complicated. It was just like what Xie Guaniying had said to him before. Don't ask if there are gods in the world. How many people have ascended since ancient times? In that case, the real people depicted in the portraits were the real people who had ascended. They were either riding dragons, cranes, or phoenixes. People only knew that the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain and the Zhao family of Liang had the same surname. However, the history between them could be traced back to the founding emperor of Liang. Because of Wudong Mountain, Zhao Huangchao, who was born a noble, had no choice but to conceal his identity in Mount Longhu and cultivate in seclusion. He raised an evil dragon in Earth Lung Mountain to restrain the northwest black tortoise. The 3 incense sticks in the incense burner that were originally dimly lit suddenly blossomed into 3 brilliant flames. Especially the incense stick in the middle, it burned out at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the incense burned out, the paintings on the wall seemed to move without any wind. The sound of books being flipped could be heard in the building. The 2 brand-new portraits hanging on the left and right were the first to shake, and they were also the first to show signs of abnormalities. In the air 3 inches outside of the portraits, mysterious ripples appeared. 2 Taoist masters in yellow and purple Taoist robes broke out of the mirror. Their figures were illusory as they walked out of the portraits and the mirror. They floated to the ground and walked out of the building. One by one, the sage-like Taoist masters landed on the ground and floated out of the door. Some of them were carrying ancient swords, some were holding purple gold books, and some were holding horsetail whisks. Among the last 3, one of them was riding an auspicious white deer and singing generously. After the white deer immortal, 2 immortals appeared side by side. One of them had a delicate face, a lotus crown on his head, and a long-sleeved crane cloak. Unlike the previous immortals, whether it was his aura or his eyes, there was a trace of heaven and earth. Pity me. I pity all living things. The other immortal who came with him was extremely young. He looked about 30 years old, and there was a murderous aura between his brows. After he landed, he raised his hand and held a talisman sword Yule that had been enshrined in the building for hundreds of years in his hand. He weighed it in his hand and the corner of his mouth curled up. Jin Sinan maintained a respectful posture with his hands folded and looked straight ahead. Wu Lingsu, who was recognized by everyone in the Liyang imperial court as a lucky person, was trembling in fear and sweating profusely. One by one, the immortals appeared at the imperial observatory in the mortal realm. Most of them passed through the Li family's infantry formation and arrived at the entrance of the imperial observatory. Apart from 2 of the armored soldiers, whose eyes suddenly became unfocused, and then their bodies suddenly emitted a purple-gold light, turning their eyes golden and imposing, the rest of the immortals lined up at the entrance. They stood in the exact same position as the portraits in the building. The immortals who had replaced the 300 imperial guards all had different expressions on their faces. An immortal on the right whose feet were shrouded in purple mist turned to look at the newly ascended sect master of Mount Longhu, Zhao Danxia, and asked with a smile, "Is this the one?" With each word, the people around the gate of the imperial observatory seemed to hear the sound of nature. Zhao Danxia nodded slightly. "It is this person who abandoned the true body of the Xuanwu great emperor in this world and cut off his own path to immortality." The immortal surrounded by purple clouds frowned slightly and angrily stared at the young man in mourning dress. He rebuked, "Treacherous." On the far left, the old perfected master Zhao Shi, who had ascended with Zhao Danxia, was also talking to a grandmaster beside him. When the latter heard that it was this person who had blocked Zhao Huangchao's path to immortality, he was furious. Flying swords formed a formation around him, and he softly shouted, "How dare you!" When this immortal said these 2 words, the bells and drums of all the Taoist temples in the capital suddenly rang. Changming Great Peace City. An immortal stood in the middle. Golden armor could be vaguely seen under his loose robe. The immortal glanced at the charging cavalry on the left side of the street and smiled slightly. A ball of golden light exploded and flew toward one of the cavalry generals. The cavalry was instantly possessed by an immortal. His entire body shone brightly and shone brightly. The golden-armored immortal urged his horse forward. The immortals were in front. Su Fengyan looked at these high and mighty immortals expressionlessly. He did not say anything and only raised the cold blade in his hand. That was all. Chapter 16:27. In novels about immortals and supernatural beings, the description of those who achieved the Tao after a rough journey of cultivation would usually be given the title of immortal class, which meant that they had a place in the heavens. Actually, in the end, it was the same as those scholars in the world who had obtained scholarly honors in the imperial examinations and obtained a position in the imperial court or the throne room. The immortals in front of the gate of the imperial astronomer really opened the eyes of the soldiers of the Li family. Living under the feet of the emperor, they could see all kinds of strange people and things. For example, Zhang and I flew through the 18 gates with a sword. Many people in the capital were lucky enough to see it with their own eyes. However, Zhang Ni's style was at most like a banished immortal. It was definitely the first time they saw a real immortal. Moreover, dozens of immortals in Taoist robes appeared in front of them in one breath. It was too much for the eyes to take in. All the soldiers of the Li family didn't dare to breathe loudly. They all widened their eyes and stared hard at those tall and low figures. Enemies were bound to meet. The young immortal in the middle was holding a talisman sword. Yulei. It was a Taoist treasure that was as famous as Wudong sword maniac Wang Xiaoping's Shinshu. Probably because it was too precious, it was hidden deep in the imperial astronomer in the capital. After a long time, people only knew about Shinshu and not Yulei. On the other hand, Wudong Mountain didn't have the habit of keeping treasures. Even a treasure like Lu Zu's relic was casually hung on the corner of the eaves. When Qi Xianxia went to Wudong Mountain to make trouble, he just took a few glances at the relic. At that time, the young chief Hong Shixiang also lent it to him. Qi Xianxia felt that it was too childish and didn't accept it. Although Wudong Mountain and Dragon Tiger Mountain were both Taoist ancestral courts, the path of cultivation was poles apart. The latter climbed to the heavens step by step and only wanted to ascend. The former chief in the past 100 years, from Huang Manshan and Wang Zhongluo to Hong Shixiang and Li Yufu, all of them diligently traveled the world. There was no such thing as yellow and purple nobles and feather-clothed ministers. At this time, the sword-carrying immortal was very similar to Zhao Ningxin, the current leader of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, in terms of appearance and demeanor. However, compared with the latter who was like a piece of jade, this young Taoist with strong immortal qi was more aggressive. He was like a well-carved national seal with countless golden talismans flashing around his body. In fact, the ancestor that Zhao Ningxin had invited to the Spring God Lake many years ago was this person. But at that time, the immortal's face was blurred, and Bailiang Prince invited the more magnificent Xinwu Great Emperor Dharma image, which immediately broke Zhao Ningxin's invitation. Except for the few disciples of the Zhao family in Dragon Tiger Mountain, almost no one knew who Zhao Ningxin's ancestor was. Compared with the other three immortals who came down from Dragon Tiger Mountain who were aggressive, the sword-carrying immortal faced the young king with a complicated look in his eyes. There was no anger on his face. He seemed to not see that the golden-armored immortal had already charged at the king of Bailiang. He slowly said, "The father and son of the Su family really can't stop." At the same time, the golden-armored general who was possessed by the immortal had already arrived. When he was 50 steps away from Su Fengyan, he reached out his hand and casually grabbed in the air. A golden spear surrounded by purple lightning appeared in his hand. The spear body was engraved with obscure Taoist cloud patterns. The golden-armored immortal shouted and thrust the spear at Su Fengyan's head. Su Fengyan didn't turn around. He leaned back slightly and dodged the spear. At the same time, he raised his hand and casually grasped the golden spear. Not only were there lightning flashing between his fingers, but his entire arm was shrouded in dazzling golden light and purple clouds. After the golden-armored immortal was caught by the spear, his warhorse couldn't move forward anymore. The immortal tried to smash the mortal's head with a sweeping posture, but the spear didn't move at all. Under the shock of qi, the golden armor that symbolized the immortal's heavenly power trembled. Su Fengyan increased the strength of his 5 fingers. The golden spear made a loud bang and was directly broken by him. The golden-armored immortal's dazzling golden color suddenly dimmed. He angrily shouted, "How dare you!" Su Fengyan finally turned his head and looked at the ascended immortal wrapped in golden light. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Since both of you have descended to the mortal world, let's get off the horse together." Su Fengyan pulled the broken spear to his right. The golden-armored immortal, who didn't want to let go of the spear, was pulled off the horse. The latter obviously realized that something was wrong. When he left the horse's back, he let go of the spear and raised his hand high, as if he wanted to use something to suppress this audacious mortal. Sure enough, A square Taoist seal with dazzling thunder light hovered above the golden-armored immortal's hand. It looked like the seal of the thunderbolt deity recorded in the Taoist scriptures. He smashed it down heavily on Su Fengnian's head. At the same time, the immortal said in a deep voice, "Heavenly thunder blast." Su Fengnian didn't make any big movements with the blade in his left hand. He just made a gesture with the tip of the blade slightly raised. The three immortals with the Yule sword, the lotus crown on their heads, and the white deer at the gate of the Imperial Observatory seemed to want to say something at the same time. Among them, the lotus crown immortal sighed slightly. The immortal riding the white deer almost couldn't help but attack. Su Fengnian's move was Gu Jiantang's famous move, the Thunder Heart. In the last decade, Gu Jiantang, who rarely acted, only used this move to return a bow to the official when Chao Chongqing entered the Great Peace Imperial Palace with Zhang and I. Later, Zhang Fuding, who had a special status, provoked Su Fengnian and used it once against Su Fengnian. At this moment, Su Fengnian used the Thunder Heart with a force far more shocking than Zhang Fuding's. Even Zhang Fuding, who had always been proud of his talent, would feel ashamed of his inferiority if he saw this. The immortal in golden armor was just about to smash down with the Thunder Heart seal when his entire body seemed to be struck by lightning. He flew into the sky. The seal that had just formed and hadn't shown the majesty of the heavenly Tao also disappeared. Su Fengnian's sleeves moved slightly. He rose from the ground and twisted his body. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, showing the endless elegance of the number one person in the world. Su Fengnian appeared above the immortal in golden armor. He also reached out with his palm. His 5 fingers were also spread. However, he didn't use the Dharma seal. Instead, he simply slapped down at the immortal. There was an ancient poem that said, "The immortal touched my head and tied my hair to teach me longevity." These words contained the true essence of Taoism, causing countless cultivators in the mortal world to yearn for it. Many people visited famous mountains and great rivers just to see the true appearance of the immortals and learn the art of immortality. But today, the young vassal king in white robes, after being angrily reprimanded by the immortal, did something truly disgraceful. "I touched the immortal's head. I broke longevity with one hand." Chapter 16:28. The golden-armored immortal didn't even have time to defend himself before he was smashed to the ground by this extremely majestic palm strike. In the blink of an eye, the golden light around the immortal's body dissipated at an extremely fast speed. When the immortal's possessed body smashed a large hole in the ground, the golden armor he wore before was gone except for the remaining golden light in his eyes. The immortal's body was mostly restored to a mortal's body. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and dying. Su Fengnian stood expressionlessly at the edge of the large hole, looking down at the general of the heavy cavalry, who could not escape death no matter what. Unless one had reached the Vajra or heavenly image realm, one would not be able to bear the burden and die when carrying the body of a banished immortal. The people of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism were different from the ordinary martial artists of Jianghu. Just like the eminent monks of Buddhism who reached the first pin realm of the Vajra realm, the Taoist grandmasters often reached the finger mystery realm as soon as they reached the first pin realm. This was also a unique opportunity that ordinary people could not envy. However, when facing an enemy of the same realm, it was natural to advance step by step. Pure martial artists were better at fighting. For example, the early grandmasters of martial arts like Han Shengxian and Shen Yuanpan could kill 2 or 3 of them without any suspense, let alone an eminent monk of Vajra realm or a Jinren of Finger Mystery realm. Therefore, on the path of cultivation there were fast and slow, and there were gains and losses. It all depended on how one chose. But generally speaking, everyone had their own opportunities. Zhang Ni's swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds. Shen Yuan Qingfeng had a series of fortuitous encounters and achieved great success in martial arts. Zhao Ningxin's failure to invite the deity was a blessing in disguise. Zhang Fuding, whose state of mind was damaged, opened a new path after hitting the tide. Chun Zhibao even reaped the benefits of the fisherman several times. Xie Guaniying and Shen Yuan Jingqing could achieve great realms just by reading books. The burly cavalry general was completely dead. Then, a bright white rainbow rose from the large hole and swiftly swept toward the sky. I came from the sky, I will go to the sky. What can mortals do to me? It was a pity that he met Su Fengyan, who had killed celestial beings and sky dragons. In the past, the Taoist great immortal Zhao Xuanzu, who had returned to simplicity, appeared in the world with a young face. He almost escaped Li Chungang and successfully killed Su Fengyan. However, even though he was killed by the flying sword of the peach blossom sword god Dongtai, he still viciously attacked Su Fengyan before his death. The Taoist great immortal Zhao Xuanzu. He met the Dongtai who had traveled thousands of miles to borrow a sword and set sail to visit immortals. Even Zhao Xuanzu, who was only a hair's breadth away from becoming an immortal, couldn't escape. Now, this immortal of Mount Longhu who had ascended to immortality at some unknown time and who himself was restricted by the rules of celestial being descending to the mortal world had encountered Su Fengyan, who was at the peak of his spirit, as if he was in martial emperor city, facing all the heroes of the world. Before Su Fengyan had made his move, many of the immortals gathered at the gate of the Imperial Observatory were simultaneously furious. The flying sword immortal standing next to Zhao Shi was even more furious. When his thunderous voice rang out, "How dare this brat!" the immortal had already disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, many of the immortals near the left and right raised their heads to see this scene. They were somewhat shocked. Then, they looked at each other in dismay and began to whisper to each other. It turned out that after the flying sword immortal blocked Su Fengyan's attack, the streak of white light was still cut in half by a bolt of thunder square that appeared out of nowhere. From then on, it dissipated between heaven and earth. Not far away, the two cavalry troops that had already begun their charge had no choice but to stop their war horses. Then they unwillingly turned around and retreated from the battlefield. Even though they were the greatest killing machines on the battlefield, they didn't dare to act rashly when two groups of immortals were fighting in front of them. In front of Su Fengyan, thousands of purple-gold flying swords poured down like a torrential downpour. Following closely behind was the immortal who was riding on a huge flying sword. He put two fingers together in front of his chest and uttered a mantra. Su Fengyan took a step forward and a step back. His knees were slightly bent. He held the blade in his left hand and pointed the tip of the blade slightly upward. He pointed the blade at the immortal who was riding on the sword. His right hand also put two fingers on the side of the blade and said softly, "Break the formation." Without the majestic flying swords sprinkling down like rain, without the majestic Taoist mantra, Su Fengyan simply raised his blade and said two simple words. A green upstanding chi, like a swimming dragon, directly broke through the dense sword formation that was falling from the sky and crashed into the immortal who was riding on the high ground. The immortal's expression changed dramatically as he made a gesture with his fingers. A crystal-clear tablet floated in front of his chest. The tablet was the most popular item in the imperial court of Dafeng dynasty. Now that the Liang dynasty had unified the spring and autumn period, it was gradually abandoned. According to the laws of Dafeng dynasty, the emperor used jade tablets, the vassals used ivory tablets, and the scholar officials used bamboo tablets. Because Dafeng dynasty worshipped Elder Huang, they specially granted the Taoist who was conferred the title of immortal to use jade tablets. However, in the Dafeng dynasty, there were only a handful of Taoist priests who were conferred the title of immortal. According to historical records, there were a total of 8 immortals in Dafeng. Unlike the Liang dynasty, the previous emperors of Dafeng dynasty worshipped Wudong and demoted dragon and tiger, so the 7 immortals came from Wudong Mountain. Only one Taoist priest of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, Zhao Jingzhen, was conferred the title of Immortal Dong Su. In the last years of Dafeng dynasty, this famous immortal of Dragon and Tiger Mountain had various legends of riding a sword in the sky. Presumably, the immortal sword who returned to the mortal world this time was the Immortal Dong Su, Zhao Jingzhen, who was rumored to have ascended with one foot on a sword and the other on a tablet during the last years of Dafeng dynasty. After the jade tablet appeared, it came and went in a hurry. The green upstanding chi and the pure white jade tablet collided with a loud bang, causing a strange phenomenon that seemed to shake heaven and earth. Not to mention the Li family's armored soldiers and the cavalry on the street couldn't help but cover their ears in pain. Even the sleeves of many immortals began to flutter backward. Under the head-on collision, the jade shattered, the green upstanding chi, wrapped in wind and thunder, shattered the jade tablet and pierced through the immortal's body into the sky. The sound of wind and thunder lingered in the air. It echoed in the sky for a long time. Immortal Zhao Xingzhen's outcome was the same as the golden-armored immortal from before. Immortal Zenrins were not immortal. Without the support of their masters, the rain of swords instantly disappeared. For a moment, heaven and earth were clear. The two immortals had no power to fight back. Su Fengyan turned to dust with a snap of his fingers. The immortals looked at each other. There was no fear on their faces, only anger. No less than 30 immortals floated out together. Su Fengyan laughed softly and said, "So what if you have more people?" Facing a group of immortals, I am very familiar with the situation. I have not traveled the Jianghu 3 times for nothing. Su Fengyan did something that the immortals found inconceivable. He sheathed his saber. He opened his arms and suddenly raised them up. Rise! The second year of auspicious talisman. There was a rain of swords in Great Peace City. The second year of auspicious talisman had yet to enter winter. There was another rain of swords in Great Peace City. That time they fell from the sky. There was a suspicion that the thunder was big but the rain was small. Hundreds of thousands of flying swords fell in the rain but did not hurt anyone. Earlier, when they landed and seemed to dissipate, they had quietly gathered near the imperial astronomer. This time, from the ground to the sky. If they wanted to kill, they would kill immortals. More than 30 immortals that rushed forward. In an instant, it was as if they had stepped into a pool of lightning. All disappeared in the rain. And the young king still had the leisure to talk to himself. Technical work can't reward. Chapter 1629. The Qi cultivator Jin Xian, N and the great Jinren Wu Lingsu did not leave the small building. Although Wu Lingsu used unorthodox methods to obtain the identity of a living immortal, Wu Lingsu had always been clear about his own abilities. He did not forget himself just because his life in Tai and city was smooth sailing. This was not because Wu Lingsu's willpower was good, but because there was that tigress at home watching over him. Every time before he could be satisfied, he would be doused with cold water. It was hard not to wake up. It must be known that the red talismans on the doors of the palace to welcome the new and greet the old all came from that woman's hand. He, Wu Lingsu, was just pretending to take out his sleeve and stick it on. At this time, when Wu Lingsu thought of the request she had made not long ago, his body couldn't help but tremble and sweat poured down his back. Did he really have to be a servant of 2 surnames? Accurately speaking, he wasn't a servant of 2 surnames, he actually had the same surname. But the struggle of the same surname in the family of the emperor, the quarrel between brothers, the degree of bloodshed was even more terrifying than the internal strife in the imperial court. If she could guarantee the continuation of the Wu family's prosperity and ensure that the only son, Wu Shizhen, could inherit the title of Minister of Yue, then it was fine. But if he did as she said, the wealth in his hands was not small, but the risk was also greater. Wu Lingsu was trembling with fear. If it was before today, he still felt that the Zhao family of Liang could stick a protective talisman on his head. The heavens were high and the emperor was far away, not to mention a vassal king far away in the northwest. But when that young man killed his way to Tai'an City and even directly to the imperial astronomer, great Jinren Wu had to think carefully. Jin Xian, and did not look into Jinren Wu's loss of composure. He only treated it as a fake immortal meeting a real immortal, and was worried that the Wu family's position in the Liang imperial court would not be maintained. Besides, Jin Xian, and was too busy to pay attention to a puppet of 2 generations of emperors. Jin Xian, and raised his head and looked at the portraits on the wall. The portraits were still intact, but many of the people in the portraits had disappeared. This was a huge blow to the Qi cultivator grandmaster who wanted to become an immortal on land and then ascend before the gate of heaven closed. Since ancient times, the people who cultivated Tao believed that those who ascend would have eternal life. But if even immortals could die, then if he helped Xie Guaniying do evil, even if he ascended, could he really escape the cycle of heaven? It was easier to become an official if one had connections in the imperial court. Wasn't it the same if one wanted to become an immortal? Why did the celestial master mansion of Longhu Mountain have people ascending from generation to generation after Dafeng, while the Wudong Mountain, which was also the ancestral court, was dying? If Ancestor Lu had not entered the gate of heaven, would things have been completely different with Ancestor Lu Dongshuan's ancestral shadow? With Huang Manshan and Wang Chongluo's profound cultivation, wouldn't ascension be within reach? How could there be no immortals in the blessed land for 400 years? Compared to Wu Lingsu's fear and Jin Xian's absent-mindedness, the two elderly Taoist priests who were responsible for offering incense all year round looked haggard. One of them leaned against a pillar, his eyes unfocused. One of them knelt on the futon devoutly, silently chanting mantras. Xie Guaniying sat lazily on the edge of the heavenly platform, his feet hanging in the air, as if he wasn't worried at all about being caught in the crossfire. In fact, whether it was hiding or escaping, if Xie Guaniying claimed to be the second in the world, no one would dare to claim to be the first in the world. Within the borders of Western Shu, he had evaded Deng Tea's thousandly flying sword, which was brimming with killing intent. However, earlier in the year of Hongjia, he had evaded two soul-stirring pursuits. Back then, Xie Guaniying and Li Yishan were both young and vigorous gods' favored sons. They hit it off immediately, especially Xie Guaniying, who was proficient in divination. He even revealed the secrets of heaven, which led to a monstrous disaster. Li Yishan was a bachelor. He only had talent but no background. Logically speaking, he should have died long ago. However, he unintentionally got close to a tree like Su Xiao and managed to escape that storm. On the other hand, Xie Feiyu, who was born in a wealthy family, was deserted by everyone and treated as an abandoned child. He was even considered a must-kill by East Sea Martial Emperor City. Even the old lady who ascended the throne later bore a grudge against him. She didn't hesitate to let Tuoba Bodhisattva sneak into Liang to assassinate him. Because of this, he had to change his name and hide in the imperial court. Even his own flesh and blood didn't know if he was alive or dead. Therefore, there was no more Xie Feiyu in the world who hoped to leap over the Dragon Gate. There was only Mr. Xie of Great Peace City who should be hiding behind the scenes. In the eyes of Xie Guaniying, who had watched the world's affairs with cold eyes for more than 20 years, Li Yishan and Nalin Yusi were the same type of people. Sun Ping, Zhang Julu, and Yuan Benshi were the same type of people. Huang Longshi, who had a loose tongue, was another type of person. However, in the end, Xie Guaniying felt that they were the same type of people. They worked for others, a land, a country, and the world. The only thing they weren't good at was working for themselves. If they couldn't even take care of themselves, how could they help the world? Among them, Yuan Benshi wanted to work for himself, but he couldn't. Huang Sanja could do it, but he disdained to do it. Xie Guaniying's plan was to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. He wanted the Central Plains to sink again. Then, he would personally obtain 1,000 years of peace. If one said that Xie Guaniying was seeking the status of Grand Secretary or Imperial Preceptor, or a few decades of peace and prosperity, or even ascending to become an immortal, then they were underestimating him too much. Since Huang Longshi said that there was no 100-year emperor or 1,000-year dynasty in the world, then he, Xie Guaniying, would have to wrestle with this outsider who claimed to know about the future of 1,000 years. Xie Guaniying suddenly felt a little lonely. The old faces and acquaintances had almost all left these years. Except for Nalin Yusi, it seemed that everyone else had died. Although there were many newcomers, in fact, except for Chen Wang, who was successful in his official career, the others still needed various polishing and scrutiny even if their futures were promising. In comparison, Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang of Beiliang stood out faster. Jean Lanting, who was not inferior to Chen Wang and was already the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. Xie Guaniying had never put this kind of clown in his eyes. Adding oil to the fire was never a long-term solution. It was just a flash in the pan. Between the replacement of the old and the new, Xie Guaniying was not optimistic about Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun. On the other hand, Lu Baijie, Yuan Gua, and Han Lin, the three civil officials who were either demoted or promoted to the local government, had the hope to take over the responsibilities from Qi Yonglong and Huan Wan. They were the top officials for a short time, but they were still paving the way and building bridges for Chen Wang, Yan Qi, Li Jifu, and the others. During the reign of Yong Hui, there were only two real mainstays of the Liang dynasty. There was the blue-eyed Zhang Julu and the warrior Su Shao. It was the existence of these two people that deterred all the dragons, snakes, fish, and shrimps in the imperial court. With Zhang Julu, the literati who wanted to make achievements honestly ruled the country, and the literati who advocated quiet talk continued to talk about the wind and the moon. With Su Shao, Chun Jibao could not leave Western Shu. Chao Chongqing could not restore the country. Yan King Xiaobing did not dare to march north with great fanfare. Gu Jiantang could only be the governor of Liao province, and Beimeng's army did not dare to march south. However, it was precisely because of the two of them, one was at the center of the imperial court, deciding the promotion of all the officials, and the other was at the northwest border, commanding 300,000 cavalrymen, that the late Emperor Zhao Dun did not dare to give the dragon throne to his son Zhao Zhuan, because there were too many thorns on the throne. The biggest knot was that as long as Su Shao was alive, Beimeng would not dare to stake everything on a single throw to invade the central plains. Beiliang could substitute defense for war, allowing Liang to prosper day by day, and its national strength to gradually increase, restraining and dragging Beimeng to death. However, if they took the initiative to march north into the desert, firstly, Beiliang's chances of victory were not high, and secondly, Zhao Dun would not dare to do so. Su Shao would not rebel, but once the northern expedition went smoothly, and Crown Prince Su Fengyan established his prestige in the northern expedition, would Su Shao have the idea to give his son a higher position than the vassal king's throne? Even if Su Shao would not do so, would Su Fengyan take advantage of the situation to rebel because of the white clothes case in the capital? Even if the Su family only conquered half of Beimeng, with the vast territory of the southern dynasties as strategic depth and abundant supplies, how could Liang resist the battle-hardened Beiliang cavalry? When the time came, when the wind and rain were tossed about, would the new emperor Zhao Zhuan, who did not have much prestige to speak of, really be able to rely on the eloquence of the civil officials of Tai and city to stop Beiliang's cavalry, taking advantage of West Chu's rebellion to weaken the vassals and suppress the power of the local generals, and at the same time taking the opportunity to demonstrate martial arts to the world on the battlefield of Guangling, was the strategy that the late emperor, Zhang Julu, Huan Wan, and Yuan Benshi had no choice but to do. In reality, they were buying time, taking advantage of the fact that Su Fengyan was not fully fledged. Even if West Chu did not rebel, Liang would still force Chao Chongqing to rise in rebellion. The imperial court had Gu Jiantang personally oversee the two Liao provinces, and Chun Jibao the vassal state of Western Shu, making an aggressive stance towards Beiliang everywhere. How could a Beiliang that did not have any reinforcements not give Beimeng, who had been accumulating strength for 20 years, an opportunity to exploit? A chance to take down a Beiliang that finally did not have Su Shao leading the border army? Beimeng attacking Beiliang had the same meaning as Su Shao winning the Battle of the Western Wall. Although the price was huge, the results were obvious. One battle decided the fate of the country. Looking at it now, the direction of the two dynasties did not change, but there were many deviations. Even after Wu Zhongshuan left Nanjiang and joined Liang, the Guangling War did not quickly change. On the other hand, northern Liang had obtained a tragic victory. It was tragic and heroic. What was even more unexpected was that the Beiliang frontier army lost 100,000 men, less than Liang had predicted. Especially the 130,000 to 140,000 cavalry, they did not suffer any major injuries. Today, they still maintained an impressive number of around 100,000 men. Originally, not only did Beiliang win a Pyrrhic victory, the Second Great Battle of Liangmang would directly spread the flames of war to Beiliang's Dao territory, or even Lingzhou. Looking at it now, Beiliang fighting to the death outside the pass was not a fool's dream. Therefore, when Su Fengyan left the vassal land without permission and Liang retreated step by step, it was not that great peace city suddenly liked to talk about comradeship and reason with people. Instead, it was because they were afraid that Beiliang would do something irreparable in a fit of anger. It was a pity that other than Tantanon, whose heart was like dead ashes, those few people of the older generation who had set the trap had all died one after another. Now, the crucial point was how Grand Chancellor Qi, whom Zhao Dun had high hopes for, would react. Chapter 1630. Before his death, Zhao Zhuan had made many plans, both overtly and covertly. He had planted many foreshadowing in the officialdom, which gave Zhao Zhuan a great opportunity to display his skills after he ascended the throne. So far, it seemed that the young emperor had done a good job. Even Huan Wen, who held a grudge in his heart, was still cautious and conscientious in the new Xiongfu dynasty. There was not much of a gap between him and Qi Yanglong, and he became a mender. Unlike Su Fengyan, who could win the hearts of Beiliang's soldiers by risking his life on the battlefield, the young Emperor Zhao Zhuan was like the most honorable caged bird in the world, relying only on the skin of the dragon robe. Therefore, his majesty as an emperor required years and years of hard work to build. Of course, if Zhao Zhuan could have Su Fengyan's martial cultivation, it would be a different story. For example, when Chao Chongqing and the Princess of West Chu came to deliver gifts, he defeated Chao Guanzi before Gu Jiantang and Master Lu Hao. However, in the path of martial arts, there was no such thing as a great grandmaster without risking one's life. Even Shenyuan Qingfeng, whose strength had improved by leaps and bounds, did a crazy thing like fighting to the death with Wang Xianji. Yuan Benqi's illegitimate son, Zhang Fuding, who had outstanding talent, even if he had received guidance from a large group of experts such as Gu Jiantang and Master Lu Hao, Qi Jiajia in the end, he still ended up as a tide-bearer in Donghai. Xie Guaniying said softly, "Several pillars of the country can work together to support a throne room that is swaying in the wind and rain. However, a cornerstone can allow a dynasty to remain standing in the face of a once-in-a-century storm. Zhao Zhuan, Chen Wang by your side is still too young. It will take time to become someone like Zhang Julu. You can wait, but others won't." Xie Guaniying closed his eyes, calm and composed. He didn't care about the immortals who walked out of the hanging statues and died like moths to a flame. Anyway, the ones who lost were the Su and Zhao families. Xie Guaniying, who had personally created this situation, couldn't be more happy. If the Qi refinement warriors from the north and the south were all dead, it would be more beneficial to Xie Guaniying's long-term plan. Therefore, it would be best if Jin Xian and could bow his head and listen to his orders. If he refused, Xie Guaniying would not only have the ability to escape. However, Tantai Pingjing accidentally dragged her family to Beiliang, so it was not easy to make a move. Now she seemed to have gone to Guangling Road alone, which was a hidden danger. As for Mount Lantua of the western regions, it no longer shunned the world with cold eyes. After Lu Songtao's death, it also put down its arrogance and chose to enter the world and rely on Beiliang. The white-robed monk Li Dongxin also went to Beiliang. Even Huyan Daguan's family of 3. Why did they all bring their families with them? Recently, there was also Duke Yenxing who left the capital without warning. It should be known that this saint had helped Zhao Shi of Liang to persuade Chao Chongqing not long ago. Xie Guaniying, who was smiling at first, suddenly frowned. He opened his eyes and sat up, looking at the northwest. Xie Guaniying was a little annoyed. Was the reason why his vision began to blur because he had also become a part of the game? Then Xie Guaniying suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked down. As a result, he saw the seemingly innocent young Jian Zhang, the child nicknamed Little Bookcase, grinning at him. At the same high place, the young emperor, Chun Wang, and Lu Su on the roof of the main hall did not speak much. Only the eunuch of the ceremony directorate stood under the eaves from time to time and reported the situation at the imperial astronomer in detail with a voice that was neither soft nor loud, just enough to be heard clearly. When Zhao Zhuan heard that 2 carriages and 4 women appeared over there, the young emperor was a little self-deprecating and helpless. After that, his brother-in-law Yen Qiji went to the palace to have an audience. It was also an indispensable and important step for Yen Qiji to rush to the palace to pass a message to Su Fengyan. But when Yen Qiji hurried back and knelt under the eaves, the young emperor was obviously a little angry. Even the seal eunuch Song Tonglu was a little nervous. Song Tonglu knew that other than Yen Qiji's identity as a relative of the imperial family, he was also a very special balance. As for the balance in the previous emperor's heart, one of them was the scholar Yen Jieshi. This dual leader of Beiliang's literary and officialdom had betrayed Beiliang and entered the court. Naturally, the previous emperor was very happy and favored the entire Yen family. Yen Jieshi was made one of the 6 palace scholars, and his daughter Yen Dongwu was now the empress. In reality, Jean Lanting was also the same, so his meteoric rise shocked the entire capital. Yao Baifeng was also the same, but this great scholar of Confucianism had leaned toward Beiliang and Su Xiao many times in court. Thus, he was still an imperial college chancellor with high hopes but no real power. As an old acquaintance of Zhang Lu, Yuan Guo was even more pitiful. He had finally come back and become the Minister of Rights. Because he stood on the wrong side of the issues of the transport of grain and the printing of documents, he was quickly sent packing out of Great Peace City. As a scholar, it was important to have strength of character. As a civil official, it was not as important to have strength of character as the scholars imagined. The difference of one word was like the difference between heaven and earth. The emperor and the young master of the Yellow Gate, both of whom had good reputations, were in a deadlock, one high, one low, one sitting, one kneeling. Chun Wang smiled and stood. The young emperor seemed to say in a fit of pique to ignore him, but Chun Wang still walked down the ladder to the ground. He helped Yan Qiji up but did not help him up. Chun Wang did not force him. He stood at the feet of this rising star of the Hanlin Academy. Looking at the tightly closed palace doors, he said softly, "Stand up. The more you kneel, the more useless it is. You cannot sink too deeply into the matter of figuring out the emperor's heart, but you cannot do nothing. You are not an official that seeks fame to seek favor. Of course, Yan Qiji does not need it. In reality, you can't do it. Since this is the case, rather than have the emperor vent his anger on the king of Beiliang, you might as well stand up and shamelessly follow me to the roof. Just think of it as looking at the scenery. At the very least, you will make the bad thing worse, right?" Yan Qiji lowered his head and knelt without saying a word. Chan Wang, who had always been gentle and respectful, suddenly lowered his voice and said sternly, "What, are you not afraid of implicating your father and sister? Or is it that your Yan family has more descendants than the dazzling Jiangnan Lu family? Without you, Yan Qiji, you can easily bring out a few more? If you really have the ability, then bring the Empress and Scholar Yan here to kneel. When the time comes, I, Chun Wang, will kneel with you. Everyone can join in the fun. How about that?" Yan Qiji's shoulders trembled. He no longer cried silently, but sobbed silently. Chun Wang sighed and said softly, "I, Chun Wang, am not like you. I am just a poor scholar studying hard. I have some classmates in my hometown, some in the same year as the imperial examination, and some colleagues in the officialdom. But there are very few who can truly be called friends. Can even be said that there is not one. So, I do not agree with you kneeling to beg the emperor for mercy, but I can somewhat understand. You and I are now rich, powerful, and famous. It's actually very simple." Chun Wang glanced out of the corner of his eye at the eunuch in embroidered robes standing silently with his hands behind his back. The latter did not move. Chun Wang hesitated and then squatted down next to Yan Qiji. He said lightly, "The old King Liang has the strongest army in the world, hundreds of thousands of cavalry. From the northwest border to Great Peace City, it is not as far as we think. But every time the general enters the capital, he only has a few personal retainers with him. Of these two matters, which do you think is more difficult? For normal people, it is the former, but for the general, it is the latter. When a general has a large army, and a civil official has the power of the court, what is difficult is not to be spirited like normal people think, but to not act recklessly. Instead, to weigh each of the 5 words, loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, and affection." Chun Wang smiled. "The new King Liang, Su Fengyan, your good brother, has also weighed these 5 words these years. As an official, speak of loyalty. As a son, speak of filial piety. As a general, speak of benevolence. As a brother, speak of righteousness. As a husband, speak of affection. In my view, his entry into the capital this time was unexpected but reasonable. He put aside the word of loyalty and picked up the word of filial piety. In reality, I am slightly disappointed that he would abandon the country for his own selfish interests. But I also know that this is my inhumane request. It is my wishful thinking to place Su Fengyan in the position of a saint. In reality, it is the exact opposite. I knew long ago that Su Fengyan was never a saint. In the end, he is a man of the Jianghu, and is more suited to the Jianghu. In the high court, he is a young vassal king with grievances that are difficult to resolve. But in the distant Jianghu, he can become a hero that does not lose to Li Chungang. He chose to leave the Jianghu and take on a heavy responsibility to stand outside the Beiliang border. He did not have any freedom and only people died. I think that Su Fengyan is already very unhappy. And in short, he is unhappy. It is a very simple principle, but many people do not understand it. If someone says Su Fengyan, he should be satisfied. But I, Chun Wang, am a poor scholar at the bottom of the marketplace. Step by step, I have reached my current position. But there are some things that I am also very unhappy about. You can't say that it is easy for me to stand and talk, right? You can't. If anyone says that and I hear it, I will one day make them even more unhappy. See, I am also not a saint. This has nothing to do with whether or not I am an official of the left scattered cavalry or not. None of us are saints. So, His Majesty is also not a saint. There is justice in heaven and earth, and people also have human nature. It is not wrong to follow this principle and conduct oneself in the world. So, because Su Fengyan is Su Zhao's son, it is not wrong for him to come to the capital and go to the imperial astronomer. Because His Majesty is the son of the previous emperor, it is difficult for him to back down. It is also not wrong for him to be unwilling to back down. Since that is the case, you, Yen Qiji, have already knelt. His Majesty and I both understand your principles. Why do you want to take a mile after taking an inch? Even the ignorant children in the capital know that kneeling in the imperial court is a simple matter. Being able to stand is difficult. Why don't I take a look and see if there is gold or silver on the ground? Chapter 1631. Yen Qiji finally wiped his tears and stood up. When Yen Qiji was about to bow and express his gratitude, Chun Wang shook his head and said, "Forget it. Forget it. Lu Su has already done the same thing in front of His Majesty today. If you do it again, where will His Majesty put his face? Once the label of forming a clique for personal gain is put on me, I can forget about continuing to be promoted." Yen Qiji said calmly, "Gentlemen are a group, not a clique." Chun Wang was stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and began to climb the ladder. He muttered softly, "What a waste of my effort. That's good. I don't have to waste money to treat you to a drink." Yen Qiji, who had flattered the wrong person, was immediately embarrassed. Song Tonglu, who had been ignoring their conversation, secretly raised the corner of his mouth. On the roof of the main hall, Chun Wang, who was originally sitting next to the young emperor, moved his seat. Yen Qiji could only bite the bullet and sit between the emperor and Chun Wang. Zhao Zhuan said coldly, "Aren't you going to learn from those famous officials who remonstrated with the emperor?" Yen Qiji lowered his head and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. He said softly, "Sir Chun is right. As an official, one has to think about being promoted. This is human nature." Chun Wang, who was immediately retorted, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Scholars were not good people. On the other side, blind Lu Su smiled playfully. Zhao Zhuan was a little self-deprecating. He sighed and said, "You're right. You and Su Fengyan are good brothers who grew up together. That's why you're kneeling and pleading for him today. If you, Yen Qiji, were only an official of Liang, I, as the emperor, might be angry on the surface and even throw you into the cold bench for a few years. However, deep down, I'm not angry. If I say that I'm not angry at all, I'd be lying. However, you're not only Su Fengyan's friend, I'm also not only the emperor of Liang. You and I are not only monarch and minister, but also family. In the future, I might choose more concubines and there will be more than one. At that time, there will be more imperial fathers-in-law and imperial uncles. However, I'm not lying to you. You're first the fourth prince's brother-in-law, then the imperial uncle of the current emperor." Yen Qiji was stunned. Zhao Zhuan put his arm around Yen Qiji's shoulder and laughed. He pointed into the distance. "Look, the wind and clouds were surging. I hope that one day, the four of us will be able to sit here together and enjoy the scenery." Chun Wang's expression was solemn as he sat upright. Blind Lu Su, raised his eyes and looked into the distance, his hands casually supporting himself on the roof. Great Peace City was the most virtuous city. There were many people, and naturally there were many rules. Even the residences of the officials were divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. They were mostly divided into the rich and powerful. For example, the group of residences where the Duke of Yen and the Marquis of Huayang resided were mostly of great birth. Dukes, marquises, and counts were piled together. For a new face like Chen Wang, if he had not relied on his relationship with the Jun Wang to become a son-in-law, even if Chen Wang had become a regular attendant of the scattered cavalry of the province, he would not have been able to get a residence there. Most of the people in Jing came from the Hanlin Academy, the Imperial College, and the Imperial Censorate. They were officials of Liang, and also scholars that were renowned in the scholarly circles. Living next to each other saved them the effort of calling for friends. In Great Peace City there were also poor officials. For example, the earliest Ministry of Rights was a typical government office. Many of the officials of the Ministry of Rights who did not have a high rank and were not the top officials even had to rely on money to survive. They passed their days in poverty. They were called clean sleeves, and their bitterness was not known to outsiders. The rich people, like Song Tianbao, who was brothers with the son of the former Minister of Revenue, Wang Yuanran, and the grandson of the old General Yen Jinchuan, Yen Tongshu, even though he had a rich father, it was still very awkward for him to buy a residence in Great Peace City. The residences of the dukes, marquises, and counts were people that he could not get in. There was no point in going to the residences of the poor officials. The feeling of being looked down upon all day was not good. Fortunately, there was another choice. That was to buy a large residence in the middle of the residences of the officials with power and the rich. During the day, he would go to the residences of the officials in Jing and pretend to be their sons and grandsons. At night, he would make up for it from people who had money but had less money than him. Some busybodies had studied the group of officials in Jing who had made a name for themselves at the end of Yonghui. They had probably made a name for themselves in the poor area to the south of Great Peace City where scholars gathered. Then they quickly rose to the ranks of the nobility in the northeast of the city. In the end, they went to the east to buy a grand residence. If one day they could move to the west of Jing like Chen Wang and Chen Xiaobao, then their lives would be complete. Not only would they not have any regrets, they would also be able to answer to their ancestors and descendants. With the Peng family at the head, the large and small landowning clans in the north suddenly flooded into the northeast of Great Peace City in the second year of the auspicious talisman. As a result, the residences in this area, which were already worth an inch of gold, became even more in demand. This caused many mid-level officials who had saved up some silver with great difficulty and wanted to finally be able to no longer rent houses to live their days, to the point that they couldn't help but curse the Liaodong barbarians in private, saying that other than being rich, they weren't anything good at all. As the most important old power in the northeast of the capital, the officials of the 6 ministries of the Shangshu province didn't have a good attitude toward this either. Their relationship with the new landowning households that moved in was rather estranged. This was also very normal. In the past 20 years, especially after the old Grand Secretary Bai Yen personally presided over the imperial examinations, Liang no longer deliberately supported the scholars of the northern lands in the imperial examinations. As a result, in the previous examinations, the scholars of the southern lands occupied at least 70% of the seats with an overwhelming advantage, forming an extremely clear structure of northern generals and southern ministers. However, in the 10 years after Yong Hui's death before the auspicious talisman, there was no war in the world. Where did the new generals come from? Naturally, there were more and more southern officials in the imperial court. The Green Party, which was known for its unity, was one of the most striking examples. As the great generals of the 4 campaigns for equalities and 4 towns, who were mostly from the north, died of old age, the northeast of Great Peace City became less and less a place for the northern scholars to speak with their backs straight. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still General of the North, Ma Lulong, left to hold up the facade, and the officials from the south didn't kill him to the last one, the northern officials would have been pushed aside to the point of wanting to die. Thus, the first thing the Peng family did after buying a new residence was to grandly pay a visit to the manor of General of the North. although it was said that they didn't even see the sickly Ma Lulong. After all, they were personally received by the eldest son of the Ma family, General of Enong, Ma Zhongxian. With the Peng family leading the way, the collective migration of the two wealthy families of Liao was quite smooth. The Minister of War, Liu Baijie, had left the capital, and the backbone of the Green Party, Hong Lingshu, had entered the capital. It looked like the Jiangnan powers had entered and left the imperial court without any losses, but in reality, it was clear that they had greatly damaged their vitality. Thus, the large-scale movement of the northern scholars into the capital was very interesting. The doors of the official mansions were higher than the street level. This was a rule that had been followed for hundreds of years. The so-called steps in the officialdom were actually the steps in front of the door. The number of steps was very particular. According to the laws of Liang, first one had to be of the flowing class. Only then could the number of steps be determined by the rank of an official. A sixth-level official could only build 3 steps, and a fourth-level official could build 4 steps. This meant that this was the case for local governors and ordinary generals with real power. Next, most of the assistant ministers of the 6 ministries, if not specially bestowed, could only build 5 steps. The ministers of the 6 ministries had 6 steps, and very few could build 7 steps. For example, the former Minister of Personnel, Zhao Yuling, and the current Minister of Rights, Sima Puhua, had also received this honor. It was said that on the day the Sima family mobilized a large number of people to build more steps for their mansions, the old minister cried on the spot. What was interesting was that the rare 7 steps in the northeast were rare in the area where Chen Xiaobao and Chen Wang lived. If you didn't have 6 steps, you wouldn't have the face to greet people when you left the house. 7 steps were also very common. Chen Wang's father-in-law was at the 7th step. Even someone like Duke Yan Gao Shizhi, who was at the 8th step, was not rare. However, all of the officials in the capital knew that the steps in the west of the city were all fake. They relied on the ancestral shadow and the surname of the Zhao family to decorate the face of the court. However, the steps in the northeast were truly exchanged for by the official hats of the 2 recent generations. The saying, West 7 is not as rare as North 5, was precisely the reason. In the northeast of the capital, there was another saying, Ma 8, Yen 7, Minister 6. It said that most of the official mansions here were only at the 6th step, but the Yen manor was at the 7th step. The Ma manor had the same standard of 8 steps as the vassal states and dukes. Recently, not only did the eldest son of the Ma family, Ma Zhongxian, often rush back to the manor in the inner city from the Jingji East Army, even the eldest grandson, who often didn't return home at night and smelled of cosmetics, stayed at home obediently and declined visitors. It was probably because they had heard too many rumors of the Ma family's old master finally dying. In the end, he was still able to do it every time. As for the strange behavior of Ma Zhongxian and his son, not many people took it seriously. However, whether it was the son, Ma Zhongxian, or the grandson, Ma Wenho, they all knew that the old master might not be able to make it this time. This was because the old master, who had been bedridden for many years, was not only no longer muddle-headed, but also had a sense of vitality. He could even sit up and eat a few mouthfuls of plain porridge. His eyes were much clearer. This was called the final radiance of the setting sun. Some old people knew that they were nearing the end of their lifespan, so they didn't mind letting the wind extinguish the last bit of their candle flame. When the old master of the Ma family heard from his son, Ma Zhongxian, that Beiliang had defeated Bei Mang, he only opened his turbid eyes and asked shakily, "How many died?" Ma Zhongxian truthfully reported the general situation of the battle, which was still very vague. However, compared to the officials of the Ministry of War, he was already closer to the truth. Chapter 1632. The first time the old man sat up was when he heard that the young king had entered the capital without permission. However, the old man was probably too tired and soon lay back down. Only when he heard that the 800 Beiliang light cavalry scared the Jingji Western Army out of their wits did the old man call for his grandson, who was widely acknowledged to be useless, to return to the mansion. Ma Wenho was a strange person in Great Peace City. He was said to be a playboy and did not play well with people like Wang Yuanran and Yen Tongshu since childhood. However, he was said to be ambitious, but he never got along well with people like Yin Chongging and Han Xingyan. Therefore, Ma Wenho and the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu's youngest son, Zhang Bianguan, who lived in a shabby alley and liked to wander around the city, were called the strange people in the capital. However, compared to the eccentric Zhang Bianguan, Ma Wenho was actually quite popular. When he was young, he traveled and studied and left home for more than 2 years. He went to Donghai Martial Emperor City, Nanjiang Mountains, Shishu Nanzhao, Qingzhou Xiangfan, and the north of Jizhou. Ma Wenho was personally brought back to the Ma Mansion by his father, Ma Zhongxian, that very night. The old general of the north, Ma Lulong, sat up for the second time with the help of his grandson, Ma Wenho. After that, whether it was eating or listening to Ma Wenho's reading, the old man sat up more than he lay down. After that, whether it was when he heard that the Beimang general, Yang Yuanzhan, died at the mouth of Gourd in Yuzhou, or when he heard that the Tu Liao cavalry under Gu Jiantang finally could not hold back and showed signs of restlessness, the old man, who had been in the officialdom for more than 60 years, appeared to be calm. However, when the old man personally handed over the tiger tally, he sighed with emotion, seeking death. It was unknown whether he was talking about the young king or someone else. Today, the old man seemed to want to go to the morning court, but until his body could no longer bear the bumpy ride, he did not make it difficult for his children and grandchildren. Under Ma Zhongxian's secret instructions, several hidden Ma family consecrators spread out like a net. They only had one thing to do, which was to keep an eye on the young man surnamed Su from afar. Soon, news came back to the Ma Mansion one after another. The young vassal king left the Damayai post house, but he didn't attend the court meeting. Instead, he went to the old Ministry of War Yamen in Liang without entering. Entering the Ministry of Rights Yamen, Minister Sima Puhua slipped away. Finally, he arrived at the Imperial Observatory and met with the Empress Dowager. Zhao Ji and Juzhou Restaurant's lady boss. The old man would comment on each piece of news he heard. The old man was full of energy and became very talkative. His mind was very meticulous, as if he wanted to say all the words that he had accumulated in his stomach for the past 10 years in one go. The old Yamen of the Ministry of War is actually a place with good feng shui. It's a pity that it's been abandoned. Wenho, my Ma family has been a force in Liang for a long time. It's just that we changed our sails quickly back then. In fact, when I was first thrown into the Ministry of War by your great-grandfather, I was only 18 years old. Many people thought that your great-grandfather was muddle-headed, leaving the only son of his family in the capital. Did he really not want the foundation of his ancestors? Then, after more than 20 years, I finally became the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Everyone shut up. Some people were dead and couldn't open their mouths. Some people lost their power and didn't have the face to complain in front of me. I've been in the Ministry of War and the military all my life, but people of the blue-eyed Tantanon's generation all know that I've never been on the battlefield in my life, let alone killed anyone. Isn't it funny? Such a person ended up as the great general of the North? When I became the big boss of the Ministry of War, I saw many young generals. They were ambitious, capable, and murderous. At that time, there was a Jinzhou barbarian surnamed Su who struggled to climb up the ranks of the bureaucracy. He was always defeated. There were several times when he lost all his troops and horses and almost became a lone army. No one was optimistic about him. I wasn't optimistic either. Without a foundation, he could only rely on his life. Wenho, you have to understand that the Liang of that time wasn't as peaceful as it is now. There were endless battles. Now, killing 100 Beimang barbarians was enough to make you a commandant. At that time, it was possible for you to kill over 1,000 Dongyue or Northern Han soldiers and still not be able to become a commandant. Otherwise, if you managed to become a commandant with great difficulty, it would become someone else's military achievement the next day. As a result, there was one time when that young man ran to the Yamen with his head covered in dirt and face covered in dirt, asking for troops, horses, and provisions from us old fellows of the Ministry of War. No one was willing to pay him any attention, as they felt that he wouldn't be able to make back his capital. In reality, the Ministry of War only had a dozen or so tiger tally that could be used. Otherwise, they would have to mobilize private armies that couldn't see the light of day. If I remember correctly, That day it was raining. That young man from Jinzhou, who only had the empty title of commandant, was standing in the courtyard with a chest of silver at his feet. His back was straight, and one could tell at a glance that he wasn't someone who would ask for help. Just that bit of silver? Did he think that the Ministry of War would transfer 700 to 800 men to him? Although everyone knew that this person wasn't greedy for money and that as long as he won a battle, no matter how many of his men died, the first thing he would do would be to give the money to the officials of the Ministry of War. But of all things, this fellow shouldn't have killed a junior sent to his army by the Ministry of War when he lost a battle. That's why no one was willing to pay him any attention. I've seen people who don't care about their lives in battle, but none of them are as reckless as him. He's always at the forefront of every battle. Who would dare to fully support such a person? If he only knows how to fight and doesn't know how to be an official, he might have died that day. How could that be? But I was in a good mood that day because that Ministry of War's senior doctor always liked to go against me. My idea was very simple, to disgust that Ministry of War's senior doctor. So I walked up to that young man who I had never dealt with directly before and agreed to give him a troop of soldiers. Hearing this, Ma Wonho curiously asked, "Did you win a huge victory very quickly?" The old man smiled and shook his head. "We did win, and 3 times in a row at that. But the troops were all wiped out by that young man. Of course, I definitely earned back my capital. At that time, human life was the most worthless thing in the world. But once a strong young man put on armor and picked up a sword or spear, he could still be counted by the head. The Ma family's current foundation was accumulated bit by bit at that time. Many of the generals who originally ruled over a region also spent all their resources bit by bit at that time. Ma Wonho was speechless. Most of the young people of his generation didn't like to listen to the older generations nagging about the wars of the spring and autumn period. They had heard so much since they were young that their ears had grown calluses. Ma Wonho was no exception. The old man sighed emotionally. "You must have guessed that the Jinzhou commandant who needed to listen to your grandfather's mood and expression was Su Shao. Later on, he was the butcher of Liang and finally the king of Beiliang." Ma Wonho nodded lightly. The old man had never mentioned this matter to anyone before. Chapter 1633. As the old saying goes, those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. That's not entirely true. No matter what, Su Shao being able to die of old age in bed with a body full of injuries is probably God's reward for his righteousness. But those who are unjust will bring disaster to their descendants. I believe very much. The Su family is a good example. Su Shao killed so many people. Look at his children. Which one of them is blessed? The eldest daughter died a long time ago, the second daughter is paralyzed in a wheelchair, and the youngest is an idiot. As for the eldest son, this young man, I think he hasn't had a good time these years. On the surface, he looks impressive, but that's just it. Humans were very strange. The poor would think that the rich would definitely lead a good life, while the poor would think that those with great power would definitely do whatever they wanted. They were half right and half wrong. Let's make a simple comparison. If an ordinary person was kicked on the street for no reason, they might curse and be angry for a few days before crossing the threshold. But what if it was you, Ma Wonho? If you slap Yin Maochuan's son or Gu Jiantong's son, will you forget this thorn tomorrow or next year? You won't. This kind of unhappiness is more or less the same as a poor person who loses a dozen taels of silver and wants to die. Ma Wonho muttered softly. Yin Chongqing and old Gu's son dared to slap me? Won't I break their 3 legs? Ma Zhongxian glared at him. How old are you? Do you know the severity of the situation? 30 years old. 30 years old. What nonsense are you standing for? The old man waved his hand, indicating that Ma Zhongxian shouldn't be angry. Zhongxian, don't be fooled by your son's mouth. Actually, Yen is very bad. Don't think that teaching Yin and Gu's children a lesson is wrong. Is it wrong? No, as long as the method is appropriate, it's actually a good thing. In terms of understanding, you, Ma Zhongxian, are thousands of miles away from your son. Ma Zhongxian made a sound of acknowledgement. Although this Anong general was famous in the capital for being unruly, he was extremely filial. He listened to everything Ma Lulong said and never felt that his wings had hardened or that Ma Lulong had become muddle-headed. The old man, who was so thin that he was only skin and bones, smiled happily. He reached out his trembling hand and gently squeezed his son's shoulder. You are stronger than me. You have fought in real battles and made great contributions. Your personality is also pure. This is a great thing. You are the most suitable person to keep what you have achieved, especially at the foot of the emperor. You have shouldered the burden of the Ma family. The old man turned his head and stared at Ma Wonho, who had been doing nothing for more than 10 years. It's the responsibility of your grandfather and your great-grandfather's generations to fight for the country. It's your father's responsibility to protect the family business. So, it's your turn to revive the family or to take it to the next level. Marvin kept his mouth shut, not saying anything. Seeing his son's sickly appearance, Ma Zhongxian immediately felt a surge of anger. Just as he was about to flip out, he was glared at by the old man and immediately kept quiet out of fear. The old man said softly, Wonho, your father is my only son, but I have 4 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. All these years, your 3 younger brothers have been busy fighting for power and favor. You're the only one who's been carefully protecting your 2 younger sisters. This is very good. Those 3 good-for-nothings don't have any real ability, but their ability to fight for favor is very good. They are even more sissy than women. If you give the family business to them, it will take at most a generation. They will squander all the gold and silver mountains. The old man emphasized and repeated, You are very good. Ma Zhongxian stared blankly. The old man curled his lips and sneered. There are 2 kinds of people in this world that you can't deal with. One is a perfect person who is close to being a sage. For example, blue eyes. No matter what you do, it is very difficult to have a personal relationship with them. The other kind is people who have no bottom line. They are not afraid of people's bottom line. After all, you know what kind of person they are. Be careful. In the end, those who could avoid disaster and seek benefits were the only ones who did not have a bottom line. You never knew when they would bring you a surprise. Such people were like the previous heavenly official Zhao Yuling and the current left assistant minister of rights Jean Lanting. If you have a deep relationship with them, sooner or later, they will sell you out. You will feel wronged, but they will be smug. If the Ma family is a small family that needs to climb up the social ladder, it is a different matter. It is good enough to enter their eyes. But while the Ma family is not one of the wealthiest families in Great Peace City, they are barely in the top 10. Then you can ignore these people. Don't get close to either kind of people. Speaking to hear, the old man gave a piece of advice to his son and grandson. Zhongxian, don't think about making great achievements all day. Especially don't think about going to Guangling Path to join in the fun. Remember, as the ruler of a country, he doesn't necessarily want someone to die. Did the previous emperor really not want to go down in history with Zhang Julu, Yan Jinchuan, and the others? At that time, if the emperor wants you dead, as a subject, who can you reason with? So, do not make great achievements for the country, but you must make small contributions to the ruler. Remember. Wonho, I'll give you some words. Tantanon told me a long time ago, the water flows slowly when the water is deep, and the people speak slowly when they are important. You, don't say those grand words. I don't hate that I didn't see the ancients. I only hate that the ancients didn't see me. In life, I will be made a marquis, and when I die, I will go to the temple to accompany the sacrifice. It sounds very satisfying, but compared to Tantanon's words, it is a dozen streets away. Some words should be kept in the stomach and should not be said. A man's ambition is not as obvious as a woman's after a few months of pregnancy. Ma Wonho chuckled. I don't like to talk about these things now. In the past, I was thinking that if one day I really made a name for myself, I would be able to write history books and use it directly. The old man laughed and scolded. Brat! Ma Zhongxian felt a little wronged and said gloomily, Father, why are you scolding me too? The old man squeezed out a smile and reached out again to pat Ma Zhongxian's head. You're also a brat. All right, I've scolded all 3 of you. Ma Zhongxian laughed, but there were already some tears in this rough man's eyes. Ma Wonho kept one hand on his grandfather's arm and the other on the old man's back. At this time, an expert of the Ma family, close to 70 years old, appeared at the door, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Su Fengyan has already killed more than 30 immortals at the gate of the Imperial Astronomer. The 1,200 heavy cavalry has not yet entered the battlefield. The general of the north, Ma Lulong, was somewhat absent-minded. Then the old man suddenly said sternly, Zhongxian, quickly enter the palace and meet the emperor. Even if you break your knees, you must stop his majesty from using the heavy cavalry. Ma Zhongxian subconsciously stood up, but when he realized that the old man did not have long to live, he hesitated. The old man angrily rebuked, Idiot! I'm using the entire Ma family's face as a ladder for His Majesty to walk down from his high position. His Majesty can appoint anyone to be the commander of the heavy cavalry. But only you, Ma Zhongxian, cannot. Only in this way can Wenho hope to enter the center of power as quickly as possible. Ma Zhongxian wiped his eyes and left with large strides. Ma Lulong was panting heavily while Ma Wenho gently patted the old man's back. The old man smiled wryly. Let me lie down. If I can't hold on, there's no need to hold on. Ma Wenho carefully let the old man lie down. The old man held his grandson's hand and laughed softly. It's rare to live in the 70s. Grandpa is already in his 80s, what do you have to be sad about? Ma Wenho squeezed out a smile and said in a choked voice, It's not that I despise my father for being stupid. Even if he curses, he won't hit the point. Grandpa has great wisdom. Even if he doesn't curse, I can still listen. The old man lay there quietly, already in a bleak state of breathing less than he breathed out. The old man calmly said, Wenho, you're 70 and do as you please, not overstepping the rules. This saying is very interesting. Grandpa really believed it after 70. If you don't believe it, then you must live to this age. Your heart isn't calm enough. You need to study more. In the dead of night, you can go sit on those 8 steps more often. Ma Wenho grabbed the old man's hand and nodded vigorously. Ma Lulong slowly closed his eyes. I was born earlier than you, Su Xiao, and I died later than you, Su Xiao. I finally won a round against you. When the old man finished speaking, he finally passed away. Now it's time for me to die. Chapter 1634. In the blink of an eye, this rain of swords from the bottom to the top had killed more than 30 immortals who had been invited by Li Yang to step down from the altar. However, the sword formation near the Imperial Astronomer was still rapidly rising into the sky. Each sword was like a raindrop. The densely packed tips of the swords pointed at the Imperial Astronomer at the same time. The Imperial Astronomer had unknowingly turned into a cage to trap beasts. The civil officials of the imperial court who were condemned by thousands of people would probably die without any illness. The generals on the battlefield would most likely become hedgehogs when faced with thousands of arrows. In short, they would not have a good ending. Now that the thousands of swords were hovering, ready to strike, the immortals who were pointed at by countless swords would not feel good. On a high wall about a mile away from the Imperial Astronomer, 2 spectators sat swaggering. One of them was dressed in snow-white clothes and the other in a bright red robe. The man in white sat on the wall with one leg bent and the other leg hanging on the wall. A wine pot was tied to his wrist with a red string. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he laughed softly and said, Peach Blossom Sword God, does this move look like the way I welcomed guests in the heavy rain at the gate of Dunhuang City? Dong Tai, who had been called out, finally appeared. He stood not far away from the white-robed Luo Yang and nodded. It does, but the momentum is bigger than yours. The former number 1 devil of Beimang, or the current leader of Zhulu Mountain, Luo Yang, stared at the battlefield in the distance that could be said to be unprecedented. She pondered and said, After being a lonely soul for 800 years, I have seen many ascended immortals and banished immortals. I know a little about the ways inside. More than 60 grandmasters of Longhu Mountain descended to the mortal world together. Due to the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, most of them are no more than Vajra Realm Physique and Finger Mystery Realm Qi. At most, they have mastered a few greatly reduced Xuannong of the immortals. They only look like immortals on the earth. They are like paper tigers. They can scare people, but they can't kill people. However, the 7 or 8 of them standing in the middle, even if their cultivation has been reduced, are at least in the celestial state. They can't be underestimated, especially the three immortals in the middle. They are all Taoist saints, aren't they? Dong Tai placed one hand on his chest and rubbed his chin with the other. The one with the sword is the first grandmaster of Longhu Mountain. The one with the lotus on his head should be the first immortal of Liang dynasty. It is said that the purple golden lotus pond in the Taoist mansion was created by him. And the one riding of the white deer is Qi Xuanzhen's uncle. They are all well-known figures. If they were about to ascend but had not yet entered the celestial gate, they would be powerful. They would be real divine transcendence. But now they are just ordinary earthly immortals. They lose because their bodies are not strong enough, but they win because they understand the way of heaven. Well, since they are in the human world now, especially when they are facing that guy, this is not an advantage. Suddenly, a man in a green robe appeared leisurely. In terms of bearing and demeanor, the peach blossom sword god was thousands of miles away from this one. Even if the latter had white hair on his temples, when he stood next to Dong Tai, one looked like a country bumpkin while the other was a famous scholar. Comparisons were odious. It was no wonder that Dong Tai's disciple wanted his master, who was not good at appearance, to recite poems every time he rode a donkey. The green-robed Confucian paid attention to the movements at the imperial astronomer's side. He sighed and said, "Dong Tai Luoyang, facing more than 61st grade realm cultivators, including 3 saints, how would you feel if you were in their shoes?" Dong Tai thought for a moment, then said seriously, "If we kill until our hands are tired, we might need to switch swords a few times, and we won't be able to kill them all." Luoyang smiled and said, "It's not easy to kill, and it's not easy to escape." For some reason, Chao Chongqing, who still had not left the capital to return to Guangling, looked a little helpless. Luoyang seemed to ask casually, "Dong Tai, after Li Chungang borrowed your sword, will there be a day when you can truly wield a sword?" Dong Tai said indifferently, "Even if there is a day, it won't be today. My friendship with that guy is long gone. Don't expect me to interfere this time." Chao Chongqing said in a low voice, "It's starting." A giant semicircle enveloped the imperial astronomer's sword formation. Tens of thousands of swords shot out simultaneously. The deer-riding immortal lightly pulled on the reins, and the white deer beneath him took a light step forward. The white deer's hoof stomped down, and like a boulder thrown into a small lake, a vast ripple instantly spread out. It was like hearing the sounds of nature. The flying sword's momentum instantly froze, but the flying swords were too fast and fierce. They only paused for a moment before continuing to charge forward. The white deer's second hoof stomped heavily on the ground, and the majestic chi once again spread out. The flying swords were once again slightly slowed. Using the earth as a bell, each time the white deer stepped forward, the immortal's voice would violently strike the bell. When the white deer was 30 steps away from the gates of the imperial astronomer, the flying swords that covered the sky like a swarm of locusts had already begun to slow down from their rapid flight. The 1,000-odd heavy cavalry on both sides of the street raised their blades to meet the enemy. The dense mass of flying swords pressed down, suffocating. Although their speed had greatly decreased, they still continued to descend with a momentum that could be slowed down but could not be stopped. As the saying goes, gods are 3 feet above one's head. Now there were flying swords 3 feet above. Several cavalry did not believe this, and were even more unwilling to wait for death. They jumped high from their horses and slashed at the flying swords. The war blades were like knives cutting through water. They seemed to easily cut through the water, and the flying swords were unharmed. However, the flying swords that had been slashed by the cavalry's war blades were the first to leave the sword formation, and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, 6 cavalry seemed to have been pierced through by a crossbow, and were nailed to the ground from the air. There were no tangible flying swords on their corpses, but a fist-sized bloody hole appeared on each of their bodies. They were seeking their own deaths. A cavalry commander saw that the situation was not good and angrily shouted, "Dismount!" Without military orders, no one is allowed to draw their blades. The heavy cavalry dismounted, and did their best to distance themselves from the flying swords. Chapter 16:35. The immortal riding on the white deer waved his sleeves casually, and a purple-gold lotus bud bloomed above the heads of the Ma clan's heavy cavalry and the Li clan's armored soldiers. It grew rapidly, swaying even though there was no wind. It was like two armies facing each other on the battlefield. Neither side dared to act rashly. The flying swords finally stopped moving and hovered in the air. The immortal raised a hand at the same time and made a grabbing motion in the air. He shouted softly, "5 mountains, hear my command!" A towering mountain rose from under Su Fengyan's feet, lifting him up high. Around him, 4 immortal mountains with different auras rose slowly, each with its own majesty and danger. Su Fengyan took off the cold blade in its scabbard and used it to support himself on the ground. He placed both hands on the hilt and pressed it down gently. Not only did he stop the rising of the mountain under his feet, but the surrounding mountains also began to tremble. Bailiang's sharp edge did not move for the wind and thunder, nor did it retreat for rain and snow. On the vast territory of Liang, the 5 towering mountains stood tall on the land of the Central Plains. All the Taoist temples built on the mountains, regardless of size, extinguished the incense in the incense burners, regardless of whether they were inside or outside the houses. Moreover, the previously lit smoke began to swirl and sway. At the same time, 4 immortals flew out from the gate of the imperial astronomer. They stood on the peaks of the 4 mountains and each took out a seal made of wood, copper, jade, and gold. The seal buttons were respectively Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Su Fengyan glanced at the immortal standing proudly on the peak of West Mountain with a strange expression. It was just a casual glance, but the immortal, the seal, and the mountain all turned into powder. The old Taoist with the lotus crown, who had been watching with folded arms, looked up at the western sky. He seemed to have mixed feelings and sighed. Su Fengyan took advantage of the victory and pressed down hard on the hilt of his blade. The scene was like the Central Plains Sphinx, that the seed of Liang had been muttering to himself for 20 years. After the rainbow light that symbolized the immortal of West Mountain's cultivation exploded, the immortals of the other 3 mountains collapsed. Su Fengyan slowly landed on the ground. When the tip of the cold blade's scabbard touched the ground, at the top of the 5 Peaks Mountain, regardless of whether it was cloudy or sunny, a thunderclap rang out at the same time. This was what it meant when immortals fought and mortals suffered. The flying swords in the imperial astronomer's sky that had been stationary suddenly accelerated. The deer-riding immortal snorted coldly and pulled on the reins. The white deer, which was shrouded in immortal energy, raised its front leg high and stomped on the ground. The countless flying swords once again stopped in their tracks, but this time, the swords trembled violently and buzzed. The purple-gold lotus flower that had been protecting everyone was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the soldiers subconsciously shrunk their necks, their faces covered in sweat. Looking at the flying swords that were close at hand, they swallowed their saliva. The white deer immortal suddenly vanished. A streak of rainbow light entered the body of the heavy cavalry, and then this rider abruptly charged out of the formation, as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Su Fengyan's side. Su Fengyan raised his scabbard and pointed a finger, and the golden-armored rider shattered with a boom. The colorful afterimage dissipated a few steps away from Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan did not move at all, his sleeves slightly fluttering. The streak of rainbow light suddenly transformed into 2 dots of golden light. With the golden-armored rider as the center, they drew 2 arcs in the air and crashed into the 2 riders on the opposite street. The 2 riders began to charge. Su Fengyan sheathed his scabbard. Before the 2 riders could reach within 10 paces, the golden-armored rider's head seemed to have been pierced by an arrow, and he died on the spot. The 2 dots of golden light split into 2, and the 4 heavy cavalry soldiers began to charge toward their deaths. The flying swords that Su Fengyan used to block Qi Jiajia's sword had already appeared. The flying sword that destroyed the enemy was the box of miniature flying swords that Dong Tai had given him at the Eastern Sea. After the battle of life and death with Han Shengxian, Su Fengyan had secretly replenished the 12 flying swords that had a perfect sword embryo. Wherever his mind willed, the sword would be there. Black armor, childhood sweetheart, morning dew, spring water, peach blossom, moth, vermilion bird, yellow tree, mayfly, gold-threaded tie. On the platform of the general, the brave soldiers were summoned. The 4 golden-armored riders were like eggs striking a stone. The 8 golden riders arrived again. After the death of the 8 riders, there were 16 riders surging forward. Su Fengyan's 12 swords were like a lightning pool. The golden-armored cavalry swore not to stop until they broke through the lightning pool. From afar, Dong Tai had an undisguised smile on his face. He clicked his tongue and said, "This time, you've learned from me." Luo Yang said unhappily, "Just for show." Dong Tai raised his eyebrows and said, "It's just for show and practical use. Don't speak against your will, right?" Chao Chongqing listened to the quarrel between the 2 great grandmasters who were both ranked in the top 14 of the martial arts evaluation. He found it rather funny and said, "What's there to argue about?" At the 2 ends of the street, no less than 200 golden-armored riders began to charge together with their spears. The large expanse of golden light reflected in their eyes made them feel as if they were in the majestic heavens. Even from a mile away, Chao Chongqing's face was illuminated with golden light. He squinted his eyes and said softly, "Resisting the heavenly might of an immortal with the strength of a single person is not inferior to the Bailiang cavalry resisting the imperial edict of a mortal emperor. It's a pity that apart from the few of us, there aren't many people who are fortunate enough to see this scene." Dong Tai nodded in agreement and said, "Thinking back to the few times when I was in the martial emperor city when others challenged Wang Shenji, or when others saw me, Dong Tai, climb the tower, they all paled in comparison. The 12 flying swords were like an impenetrable wall that could not be shaken by thousands of soldiers and horses. Outside the wall, more than 200 golden-armored celestial soldiers and generals crashed into the wall one by one without fear of death. The dense sound of thunder was incessant and gathered together, giving people the illusion that they were hearing thunder from the heavens. Many martial arts masters who were closely watching the movements of the imperial astronomer had no choice but to retreat. It was not that no one wanted to stay, but these masters were horrified to find that they were bleeding from their 7 orifices. When they wiped their hands, they were covered in blood. Only Wu Jian, the ancestor of the Wu family's sword tomb, Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool, and a few other grandmasters were able to continue. The following scene stirred people's hearts. More than 400 golden-armored celestial soldiers charged towards the young lord outside the imperial astronomer from the left and right. The light was so dazzling that it was as if the sun had risen from the eastern sea on the same day. A red sun rose from the imperial astronomer. Chapter 1636. The sun rose in the east. Even the citizens of Great Peace City were attracted by this soul-stirring scene and looked up. Mount Hui purple-robed Shenyuan Qingfeng had arrived at the Zhuzhou restaurant at some point. She ordered the signature mutton hot pot from a young waiter who recognized her at a glance. She expressionlessly picked up her chopsticks. There was someone who was closer to the imperial astronomer than Wu Jian and Chai Qingshan, and even closer than Luo Yang, Dong Tai, and Chao Chongqing. The young girl stood at the foot of a high wall. She reached out her hand to adjust the slanted sable hat that covered her eyes. No one knew when she had arrived. Not only did the immortals at the entrance of the imperial astronomer not notice, even Su Fengyan, who was focused on fighting the enemy, did not notice. And she was only one wall away from the heavy cavalry that had been reduced to pawns. As an assassin, she had not killed many people. More accurately, the number of people she had killed could be counted on one hand. For example, the world's 11th ranked Wang Mingyin, and the gatekeeper of the capital, Lu Haosher, had clearly escaped the pursuit of Su Fengyan, who had been possessed by the Qin emperor. In the end, he had been killed by her and his head kicked around like a ball. Other than killing Su Fengyan, she had only made one mistake, and that was stopping Wang Shenji from entering Bailiang. This time, she would not allow herself to make a mistake. On the main street, the 400 cavalry began to charge at each other. If they were blocked by Su Fengyan's 12 flying swords again, then the next time, the remaining 1,000 or so cavalry would come out in full force. But Su Fengyan's flying swords had clearly been used up. The 8 flying swords were on the verge of shattering and had no choice but to return to his sleeves. In reality, Su Fengyan had been able to last for so long. If he had faced the elite cavalry of the mortal world, he would have been able to break armor 1600. The white deer immortal, who had transformed into a rainbow, did not give Su Fengyan a chance to catch his breath. The 400 cavalry had already arrived. The date mark on Su Fengyan's forehead glowed brightly. A trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He raised his hands and began to form a sword. In his life, he had only used the 3-foot sword to kill dragons. Azure dragon sleeves. Back in the day, the old man with the sheepskin fur coat threatened to teach him this sword move that was as famous as the sword opens the gate of heaven. When he was young, His Royal Highness was still puzzled about how the one-armed old man had 2 sleeves. 60 years ago, there was only one person in the vast Jianghu. After 60 years, the Sword of Great Snow Plateau came. The unveiling of the young swordsman was to ride his sword and laugh loudly over Guangling. The old man's curtain call was at the riverside of Guangling, where he broke 2,600 pieces of armor with a single sword strike. When he entered the Jianghu, he was stunning. When he left the Jianghu, he was carefree. This was Li Chungang. For 1,000 years, there was only one person whose sword Dao could stand shoulder to shoulder with Ancestor Lu. It was Li Chungang. Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai widened their eyes almost at the same time. Even the 2 Earth Immortals among the 4 Grandmasters of Wushu reviews were somewhat confused and shocked. They could vaguely see an old man wearing a sheepskin coat standing beside Su Fengyan. This time, his appearance was different from the similar appearance on the streets of Maui Post Station. This time, it was a divine resemblance. The hunchbacked old man stood behind the young vassal and smiled. "Brat, let's say goodbye this time. Don't bother this old man if you have nothing to do in the future. If you have to leave, leave. This old man has nothing to miss, so why can't you let go?" Su Fengyan nodded gently. In his 2 sleeves, an extremely majestic green chi madly flowed out. "Brat, are you going to learn from this old man and fight by the riverside? So stubborn? Won't you regret it? If I'm not stronger than her, I won't have the face to pick her up in the future." That's true. This old man was stronger than Green Pao Air in the past. Otherwise, she wouldn't have liked him. "Oh right, don't bully her just because you're stronger. This old man has been through this before. He knows that he will regret it. Remember, if you don't know how to cherish a woman because she likes you, you can't do that. I don't need you to nag. Brat, in the past, it was always you who acted cool. Why don't you take a good look at the last time?" "Sure." The 2 green dragons in his sleeves, one on the left and one on the right, were like a flood bursting through a dam, each like a great river rushing east and west. Li Chuangong's figure gradually dissipated. His eyes filled with nostalgia and agitation. Finally, he softly said, "In the 100 years of Jianghu, there was me, Li Chungang, and Wang Xianji took over. Now, there's also you, Su Fengyan. There's no harm in not having wine." As the 2 green dragons charged past, the majority of the 400 some golden-armored cavalry were thrown off their horses. 50 to 60 did their best to go against the flow, but the golden light on their bodies was still rapidly dissipating. The wall at the end of the street loudly collapsed. However, in this scene of utter defeat, there were 4 cavalry that stood out the most. Their official ranks in the army during their lives were not high, and their individual battle prowess was far inferior to that of the cavalry commanders. However, without exception, they were all cavalry that Jean Exian and had personally selected from the main camp. Before this, they were unremarkable in Ma Lulong's heavy cavalry. At the time, when they were selected to join the Battle of the Imperial Astronomer, the 4 of them were actually baffled. They did not think too deeply about it, only believing that they had accidentally caught the discerning eye of a major figure in the army. Naturally, these 4 cavalry were unaware that in the eyes of the great general of the north, Ma Lulong, they were only ordinary members of the heavy cavalry. However, in the eyes of the Qi cultivator Grandmaster Jean Exian, and each of them was an existence that possessed a certain type of destiny. The ancestors of these 4 cavalry came from Old Liyang, Eastern Yu, Northern Han, and West Chu. As a result, they were the true trump cards to deal with Su Fengyan and Beiliang. They would be the most sinister trap in this battle. Although the momentum of the 4 cavalry that stood out from the crowd had been thwarted, They were still gradually closing in on Su Fengnian. The cavalry in the lead wielded a golden spear. His warhorse was only 5 paces away from Su Fengnian, unable to advance any further. With a mournful neigh, the warhorse raised its hooves high into the air. The cavalry thrust the tip of his spear forward inch by inch, piercing towards Su Fengnian's head. Finally, the warhorse could not hold on any longer. Its hooves smashed into the ground, and the spear continued to slide downwards. However, the spear was like snow approaching a furnace. It melted several inches away from Su Fengnian's shoulder. The Liang cavalry commandant, whose grandfather had been the great general of the East, was reduced to ashes. The invisible pillar of destiny that towered over the eastern Yu capital seemed to have been struck by lightning, suddenly shaking. Next, in the territory of the old northern Han, there was another wave of shock. Many of the spring and autumn survivors of the old northern Han felt a mysterious sense of unease. In the imperial capital of West Chu, which had welcomed the first empress of the Central Plains, many scholars, regardless of whether they were scholarly scholars reading books in their study or ignorant children reciting books in private schools, paused for a moment. Baffled, they continued to read. When the last heavy cavalry soldier whose father had died on the battlefield of the Western Wall shattered with golden light, a dragon's roar of grief and indignation resounded in the air above Great Peace City. Su Fengnian's body trembled slightly 4 times. The last time, in particular, blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. 3 immortals seized the opportunity to attack, attempting to work together to seriously injure the young vassal king who was barely holding on. Su Fengnian exhaled heavily. The turbid air was filled with wisps of blood. After exhaling this breath of old qi and clotted blood, the hundreds of flying swords above his head seemed to descend. The 3 immortals safely circled around the falling rain, their figures light and agile. Between the gate of the imperial astronomer and the young vassal king, the 3 immortals of Mount Longhu flashed and appeared, quickly approaching Su Fengnian. These flying swords, which were unable to support themselves, only delayed them for a moment. But in this precious moment, Su Fengnian, with his thumb on the Bailiang saber on the left side of his waist, lightly pushed. The cold saber was almost completely unsheathed, leaving only the tip of the saber in the scabbard. Su Fengnian's feet were rooted to the ground, his body leaning back. The hilt of the cold saber, which had not been completely unsheathed, just happened to hit the chest of an immortal who was sweeping with a horsetail whisk. The immortal's body shattered like Kunlun jade. Su Fengnian's feet didn't move, but his body leaned backward. After the tip of the scabbard touched the ground lightly, he stood up straight again. With another push of the scabbard's hilt, the second immortal's immortal body was shattered by the cold blade in the same way. When the last immortal gave up the idea of close combat, Su Fengnian's 5 fingers suddenly clenched. The unsheathed cold saber trembled slightly. It did not continue to slide back into the scabbard, but went against the momentum of the attack. The immortals who were retreating suddenly had a clap of thunder behind them. The 3 immortals dissipated in the blink of an eye. More than 500 cavalrymen on the street were completely annihilated. At this moment, a petite figure swept toward the white deer, and her hand blade happened to stab the chest of the immortal who had just condensed on the back of the white deer. She succeeded in her attack and quickly retreated without hesitation. However, the explosion of the golden light still smashed into her body. On her route of retreat, she passed through several walls. When she finally stopped in the distance, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then she adjusted her mink hat, raised her arm to wipe the corner of her mouth, and lightly leapt up to sit on the wall. She took out a scallion pancake from her pocket that she had bought on the way here, and lowered her head to take a big bite. Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai looked at each other and smiled. Killing an immortal and eating a pancake, they really brought out the best in each other at the gate of the imperial astronomer. After the white deer immortal was mysteriously ambushed by a little girl, the lotus-crowned Taoist master and the first ancestor finally made their move at the same time. A small crack had appeared on the tip of Su Fengnian's foot. It was because he did not retreat half a step and let the soles of his shoes rub against the ground. Although the 3 immortals did not succeed and could not retreat, just like how Su Fengnian's sword had delayed their advance, they also successfully delayed Su Fengnian's breathing. The first ancestor of Mount Longhu floated over with the sword in his hand. Su Fengnian had not recovered his breathing, and still forcefully clashed with the first ancestor. The blade in his left hand was finally unsheathed. The old cold blade clashed with the first ancestor's sword. The young first ancestor with a face as clear as jade slid back tens of feet, almost crashing into the gate of the imperial astronomer. But his smile was still bright. Su Fengnian took 10 steps forward and only took 9 steps back. But the lotus-crowned Taoist master's body directly passed through the first ancestor. The two immortals exchanged positions. The first ancestor's palm struck Su Fengnian's forehead and spat out 2 words. Mountain splitter. Su Fengnian's head slightly swayed backwards, his heels leaving the ground, the tip of his foot stepping hard on the ground. 1 step, just 1 step back. But he still did not retreat from the position where he faced off against the 60 immortals. Chapter 1637. The old Taoist master with the lotus crown, who had struck Su Fengnian's forehead with his palm, floated backward. At the same time, the sword-wielding immortal passed through the straight path and said with a smile, "Mountains and rivers filled with wind and lightning." Su Fengnian stepped forward, holding the saber with both hands, and slashed down without hesitation. The saber was held vertically and the sword was held horizontally. Between the saber and the sword, the wind and clouds surged and thunder rumbled. The 2 sleeves of the young ancestor's Taoist robe fluttered wildly, and the hair on Su Fengnian's temples also fluttered wantonly. The immortal with the lotus crown almost overlapped with the immortal with the sword. His right palm passed through the saber and sword and pushed hard on Su Fengnian's chest. As if to increase the supreme power of this palm, the old immortal pressed his left hand on the back of his right hand and shouted, "Heaven ascension!" Layer after layer of vigorous strength, like an immortal ascending the stairs, endlessly passed through Su Fengnian's chest, to the extent that Su Fengnian's back, which corresponded to his chest, suddenly fluttered. Su Fengnian's lips moved slightly, but he didn't make a sound. His face was pale and purple. Saber 9. The next moment, the 2 immortals stood side by side at the entrance of the imperial astronomer. Although they did not show any lingering fear on their faces, compared to their previous calmness, they were a little more dignified. Su Fengnian did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The immortal with the sword waved his sleeve, raised his arm and held his sword horizontally, as if he was going to block the young lord's path. Su Fengnian's chest and back were already bleeding. Between his eyebrows, there was a shocking crack, but he still rushed forward. Chao Chongqing was a little speechless. Dong Tai sighed and said, "This is really going to be a desperate fight." It turned out that the man and the immortal had exchanged a move. It was a very simple move. Yu Leijian pierced Su Fengnian's chest, and the cold saber pierced the immortal's chest. Su Fengnian pushed his saber forward. Yu Leijian and the first ancestral master of Longhu Mountain were sent flying through the gates of the imperial astronomer. Not only that, but even the Li family's infantry formation was broken through. Su Fengnian, king of Bailiang. Just like that, he entered the gates of the imperial astronomer. ## number 254 Lu Dongxian is bold. If someone could ride the wind and look down at the imperial astronomer, they would be able to see a thin silver thread easily cutting through a large piece of thick black cloth. Together, Su Fengnian and the first ancestor of Longhu Mountain, who had graced the world with his presence, broke through the Li family's armored infantry formation. Li Shogua, the commandant of Jiangji's sagging commandant, who was leading the charge, was unfortunately right in front of the formation. This general's chest seemed to have been hit by a battering ram, and he fell roughly 7 or 8 feet away. Beside him were his subordinates who were in the same situation. Even though they were wearing heavy armor, most of the soldiers still fainted directly. Occasionally, there were strands of painful groans. The dizzy Li Shogua shook his head hard and bit his lips to wake himself up. He tried his best to open his eyes and turned his head with difficulty to look at the 2 culprits who had broken through the formation. One of the figures, who was not wearing a python robe and was wearing plain silk, had already sheathed his saber. He waved it gently and directly shook off the chaotic purple lightning on the tip of the saber. His back was soaked in scarlet blood, like blood in snow, and was particularly eye-catching. To Li Shogu's horror, a fist-sized hole appeared on the chest of the sword-wielding immortal. However, what was even more inconceivable was that the sword-wielding immortal still had a nonchalant expression on his face. The sword-wielding immortal's body was like a woman whose finger was pierced by an embroidery needle, causing a drop of blood to appear. The old Taoist with the lotus crown stood beside the sword-wielding immortal. The sword-wielding immortal stared at the young king and said with a smile, "It's okay. This guy still hasn't used Bailiang's providence. Since he's so arrogant, it doesn't matter if he gets stabbed 7 or 8 more times. It's not a loss for me to exchange my life with such a method." Unlike the various auspicious signs of other immortals, the old Taoist with the lotus crown on his head was wearing an old and ordinary Taoist robe. He did not have the purple and yellow color of the Taoist master's residence. In fact, this was normal. As the first immortal protector of the old Liang, the Dragon Tiger Mountain had not yet risen at that time. Although it had proclaimed itself as the ancestral court of Taoism, the orthodoxy of the world still only recognized Wudong, which had produced many immortals of the great Feng dynasty. Although the old Taoist had attacked Su Fengnian twice, his aura was completely different from most of the younger immortals of the Zhao family. At this time, the old Taoist looked at the young king who still had not taken a breath and sighed. "Why bother? Su Fengnian, do you know how many things you've given up along the way? Zhenwu's Dharmakaya, Emperor Qin's aura, it's not a big deal. After all, the things of hundreds and thousands of years are too fleeting. But now, you don't even care about your life in this life?" Su Fengnian ignored the old Taoist's question and looked up at the heavenly platform of the imperial astronomer. Both sides knew that when Su Fengnian took a breath, it was the time for the sword immortal and the old Taoist to attack with all their strength. Whether the Taoist was a foot taller or the devil was 10 feet taller, each would show his or her magical power. The reason why the old Taoist had the mood to chat with the young king was not because he had good intentions. It was just that the two of them had a higher chance of winning if the battle dragged on. Their immortal bodies could be broken, but they would not be injured. However, Su Fengnian was different. The so-called land immortal was still a human after all. Even the celestial being Gao Shulu, who had been punished by heaven, could not be compared with a real immortal in terms of physique. The thing that really puzzled the two ancestors of Dragon Tiger Mountain was that Su Fengnian knew that immortals had no impurities and could not be hurt even by divine weapons. However, as long as there was impurities, it would be fatal. It would directly reduce the good karma accumulated in several or even dozens of lifetimes. Therefore, Su Fengnian's real weapon was not the ordinary Bailiang saber, but Bailiang's fate. Su Fengnian withdrew his gaze and suddenly smiled. "Old Taoist, I'm very grateful for the 2 moves of Mountain Splitter and Heaven Ascension. I don't return the favor." Before he could finish his words, Su Fengnian had already disappeared and appeared in front of the old Taoist without any warning. His cold saber swept across the old Taoist's head. The old Taoist smiled and put his hands behind his back. He took a few small steps back. Lotus flowers bloomed under his feet. His figure was elegant, but his clothes did not move at all. The celestial being did not overstep the rules. The young king did not seem to realize that his efforts were futile. The cold saber continued to sweep. However, just when the old Taoist was about to stand still, another Su Fengnian appeared in front of him. He followed him like a shadow and continued to maintain the same posture. The cold saber swept across the old Taoist's head. The old Taoist took a few more steps to the side, strolling leisurely, and dodged the sharp cold saber. Although it was the same as the invincible Vajra described in the Buddhist scriptures, the old Taoist did not believe that this young man really did not know how to play tricks. He did not believe that this young man would stupidly use the cold saber to chop people from the beginning to the end and then exhaust himself to death. This young king of the Northwest who had ascended to the top of the human world was originally a difficult opponent with endless tricks. Especially when he even killed Wang Xianji, it was hard to guarantee that he did not have any hidden skills. The old Taoist was happy to wait and see. He might as well deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. Now, it should be the injured Su Fengnian who was flustered and exasperated. The old Taoist only needed to wait patiently for the crucial moment when the young man could not help but do something desperate. The old Taoist with the lotus crown used the dipper steps to shrink the world. Every time he changed his position, it seemed to be only 2 or 3 steps, but it was enough to make the cold saber miss. Because the two people in a life-and-death situation attacked too quickly, in the blink of an eye, no less than 100 Su Fengnian appeared on the square of the imperial astronomer. The immortal surnamed Zhao of Longhu Mountain was still at ease, moving freely through the increasingly narrow square like a fish swimming leisurely in the Jianghu. The first Grandmaster of Longhu Mountain, holding the seal sword Yulei, was not in a hurry to rescue the Su Fengnian. 1. There was no need for him to do anything. 2. Every moment that passed meant that the rope around the neck of the approaching Su Fengnian was getting tighter and tighter. The person holding the rope just so happened to be the Su Fengnian himself. His right hand held the sword in front of him in a standing sword stance. His left hand bent his thumb and lightly pierced his index finger. Then he began to draw seals on the peach-wood sword that was rumored to have killed countless demons and monsters. The blood that flowed out of his index finger was not bright red, but pure white. Moreover, it was bright and resplendent, like the bright moon hanging from his fingertip. Several chi channels that had been suppressed by various buildings in Great Peace City quickly surged toward the imperial astronomer. When the seal was formed, victory was already in his grasp. Chapter 1638. The lips of the always youthful and elegant immortal curled up. Can you tolerate me drawing seals so openly? In the eyes of the Liyang soldiers who did not have outstanding martial cultivation, dozens of King of Beiliang appeared in the square in the blink of an eye. In another blink, there were more than 100 people. The 1,000 or so soldiers of the Li family, who had not been knocked unconscious, were all dumbstruck and could only stare. Deep in their hearts, these Liyang elites had complicated feelings. They were more wary and fearful of the arrogant and domineering young king, but their hatred was less. It seemed absurd, but the logic was actually very simple. In the early days of the Jianghu, how many beauties in the world did not love Li Chungang? How many martial artists in the world did not revere Wang Xianji? To be with them and live in the world, as long as it did not involve irreconcilable personal grudges, most people would yearn to be with them. Li Yang's reverence for martial power was based on iron hooves and knives. Qi Jiajie was dressed in white. So why was he able to become the teacher of so many dragon descendants in Great Peace City? Why did the Tongxi sword immortal Liu Baijie make an exception and enter the capital to become the Minister of War and fill the streets with cheers? Recently, a shocking piece of news spread. It was said that the young king of Beiliang had once fought alone with the Beimang military god Tuoba Bodhisattva in the western regions and fought until the sky turned dark. No matter what the scholars and civil officials of Great Peace City thought, men who were paid by the soldiers would talk about such things. It was most likely that the young King Su was just bragging and creating momentum for his trip to the capital. But no matter what the truth was, most of the martial artists in the army would feel some regret. They would wonder why the Su Fengnian did not simply kill that Tuoba Bodhisattva in the western regions. If he had really taken his head, then they, who lived off the soldiers of the emperor, would just be a bit more virtuous when they scolded him in the future. On the contrary, the Li family's armored soldiers had initially revered the immortal who treated human lives like grass, but they quickly developed a sense of enmity. Su Fengnian had killed hundreds of armored cavalry in one go on the street. It was true that his methods were ruthless, but the heavy cavalry of unknown origin had suddenly turned into golden-armored immortals. Such an immortal's method was really too chilling. Originally, when facing a strong enemy, we martial artists would treat it as a trip to the battlefield. If we died in battle, then so be it. But if we died for no reason, how sullen would that be? Where would there be heroism? Probably no one would die in peace. On the high wall, Luo Yang held the wine pot with 2 fingers. She smiled and said, "Chao Chongqing cannot interfere. But you, Dong Tai, you have some relations with him. Are you just going to watch here?" There was no one nearby. Dong Tai was not the kind of person who liked to pretend to be an expert. At this time, he was squatting at Chao Chongqing's feet. He said unhappily, "That fart of connections? Back in the Eastern Sea, they were all used up." Chao Chongqing joked, "Don't make things difficult for our peach blossom sword god." Of course, I cannot interfere in this fight. But in fact, no one can. Just like yesterday at the Maui post station. In the end, it was just me and Dong Tai against one. But I think you, Luo Yang, also know that at our position, numbers don't mean much. Of course, face is also very important. Dong Tai seemed to remember something. In terms of connections, that elusive ancestor Lu should be the one helping, right? Luo Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, that person was to Gao Tingshu, just like Wang Xianji was to Li Chungang. And now he is to Wang Xianji. So who's next? Even Dong Tai was stunned. He turned to glance at Chao Chongqing. The latter nodded slightly. Dong Tai was suddenly angry. He cursed for the first time. Damn it. Why is this kid so miserable? Was he supposed to be subdued by Ancestor Lu's reincarnation? Luo Yang said sarcastically, what do you think? Then Luo Yang glanced at the sky. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is clear. Chao Chongqing said slowly. Since Ancestor Lu could even withdraw from the heavenly gate, he might not act according to this logic. Dong Tai sneered. What a good might not. Luo Yang smiled and said, you're not happy? Dong Tai took a deep breath. Forget it. Even if I was willing to help, that kid wouldn't be willing. Luo Yang drank a mouthful of wine. Her expression was calm. That's true. Dong Tai suddenly stood up. He shook his wrist and said in a deep voice, Su Fengyan will settle the grudge of the imperial astronomer himself. Dying here is his fate. Anyway, if he survives today, his future might not be good. But Xie Guaniying, that nimble old rabbit, Dong Tai, will properly pursue him this time. After passing Xiangfan City in Qingzhou, one would reach the middle and lower reaches of the Guangling River. A young Taoist priest and his disciple sat cross-legged on the riverbank. The little Taoist boy began to doze off as he pondered. The young Taoist priest didn't reprimand him. Every time the little Taoist was about to fall, he would reach out and support him. This young Taoist priest in plain robes was Li Yufu, Wudong's current leader. He brought his disciple Yufu along the Guangling River to escort the arowana into the sea. Suddenly, Li Yufu's body trembled. He heard two words softly, Yufu. Li Yufu slowly turned his head and saw a young Taoist priest sitting beside him with a warm smile. The Taoist priest and his disciple Yufu sat on Li Yufu's left and right. Li Yufu's eyes were filled with tears. He was about to stand up and bow. The man quickly waved his hand and said, we don't do this on the mountain. But Li Yufu still insisted on standing up. He was respectful and choked with sobs. I'm Li Yufu. Greetings to the young martial uncle. The young Taoist priest who was called young martial uncle by Li Yufu looked helpless. You're just like senior brother Yu. I'm afraid of you. When we were on the mountain, even the eldest senior brother who was in charge of discipline was not as particular as senior brother Yu. At that time, His Royal Highness would give out books after beating people. Well, the kind with more pictures than words. Every time eldest senior brother found it, he would not throw it away. Only senior brother Yu would pull my ear and scold me when he found it. So, Yufu, if you meet a young Taoist priest on the mountain who secretly hides such books, just scold him. Don't beat him. It's okay if you really want to beat him, but remember to tell him that when you are successful in cultivation, you will return the books to him. That's what eldest senior brother told me. You see, didn't I become successful in the end? Li Yufu raised his arm and wiped his eyes. He smiled knowingly. The young martial uncle of Wudong Mountain was Li Yufu's young martial uncle. Then it could only be Hong Shixiang who rode a green ox and smiled when he met people. The young martial uncle looked at the torrential Guangling River across the central plains. He was lost in thought for a moment and then said, I had no choice but to leave in a muddy water. This time, other than wanting to say hello to you personally, I also want to borrow your sword. Li Yufu didn't look confused at all. He just nodded solemnly. Hong Shixiang looked up at the sky. I didn't go that year and I won't go in the future. So I have to trouble you with that matter. Li Yufu's eyes were clear and firm. Don't worry, young martial uncle. The two stood up together. Hong Shixiang patted Li Yufu's shoulder and smiled. You're more responsible than me. If only you went up the mountain earlier. I'll definitely lend you the books. Liu Fu smiled. There was no thought of the tall image of young martial uncle collapsing in his mind. This kind of young martial uncle was exactly his young martial uncle. Liu Fu took the peach-wood sword from his back and handed it to young martial uncle. Hong Shixiang took the peach-wood sword and looked down at the little Taoist boy. He suddenly said to Liu Fu, "Yu Fu, don't be confused by the word longevity in cultivation. You can't be an immortal wholeheartedly. Help me tell this to myself." Liu Fu replied, "I will." Hong Shixiang gently threw the ordinary Wudong peach-wood sword into the Guangling River. He smiled gently. "I've been cultivating for 800 years, and I've never taken anyone's head with a flying sword. Let's go." The moment Hong Shixiang threw the peach-wood sword, thunder rumbled and the momentum suddenly overwhelmed the river waves. It was as if a celestial was sitting high in the clouds and shouting to the human world. "Lu Dongxian, how dare you?" Hong Shixiang looked up and laughed. "I've been bold for 800 years. The peach-wood sword that was still in the scabbard first hovered on the river surface for a moment and then disappeared in a flash. The celestial above was suddenly silent. Liu Fu looked at the river surface and did not turn his head. Young martial uncle left. 3 feet of spirit. 1,000 years of elegance. Chapter 1639. Previously, the hundreds of golden-armored knights had charged with a bright aura like the sun rising in Great Peace City. Then, the first ancestral master of Dragon Tiger Mountain drew seals on the Yulei ancient sword, and it was like the moon rising. Those Jianghu masters who were lucky enough to get close to the imperial astronomer were all amazed. However, most of the martial arts grandmasters of Liang, who had been hiding in the abyss, were cautious about this inexplicable change. They did not dare to get too close to the imperial astronomer. Some of the grandmasters who had sensed the danger even began to take the initiative to retreat, fearing that they would be implicated. It should be noted that about 60 years ago on Mount Longhu, thousands of people had witnessed the unexpected disaster when the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen ascended in broad daylight. The scene was still vivid in the minds of the older generation of Jianghu legends. No one knew how many masters had their Qi momentum severely damaged when the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen was killed. However, compared to the demon execution platform of the Taoist Master Mansion, the Imperial College was a top-level important place in the capital. Most of the people of Jianghu were blocked outside by the heavily guarded Imperial Guards. These Liang elites were even able to ride their horses in the area between the Imperial College and the inner city under the urgent orders of the Ministry of War to prevent too many outsiders from getting close to the Imperial Astronomer. Also, the few remaining copper fishbag masters of the Ministry of Justice moved out in full force and tried to reason with the famous Jianghu masters. If they really couldn't do it, they didn't care about the relationships they had built up over the years and just threw away all pretense of cordiality. If they didn't leave this place, then they would have to go to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Even so, there were still 20 to 30 Master Realm Masters who managed to get close to the Imperial Astronomer. They could even clearly see the figures of Dong Tai, Chao Chongqing, and Luo Yang on the high wall not far away. When they reached this area, the Imperial Guards and the Copper Fishbag Masters of the Ministry of Justice didn't care. The orders from above were that they only needed to record the names and sex of these Jianghu people who didn't follow the rules. There was no need to fight with them. Afterwards, the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice would use military force to chase them out of the city. They wouldn't be able to enter Great Peace City for the next 10 years. Everyone liked being able to watch a show without spending money, but not everyone had the confidence to join in the fun at the feet of the Emperor and the Dragon Throne. These 30 or so Jianghu bigwigs, excluding the 10 or so people who had left on their own accord, and the 8 or 9 pitiful insects who had fainted due to the Imperial Astronomer's astonishing qi, there were still 10 or so people who were bitterly persevering. They were all standing on the eaves of the roof or on the top of the wall, not too far away. Most of the qi in their bodies was surging like a river, and their complexions were not good. As for those meaningless acts of clapping and cheering, it was even more impossible for them to appear at this time and place. Firstly, their status and position were there, and it was not appropriate for them to be startled. Secondly, the imposing manner of the Imperial Astronomer was too swift and fierce. It was already not easy for them to stand firm, so how could they pretend to pass judgment on the world? After Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool and his 2 disciples tossed the 8 or 9 unlucky fellows far away, they came to the roof of a restaurant. A young girl in white, who carried so many swords on her back that she looked like a sword seller, stood beside her master. This young beauty from a famous sect, with her fluttering white clothes, already had the demeanor of a fairy. The young man, Song Tinglu, who only had a long sword, threw an unconscious burly man to a group of Imperial Army cavalry with a dark face. Panting, he returned to the side of his master and junior sister and complained, "If you have the strength, you should just hit a few kilograms of iron. I really don't know what these fellows were thinking. If it weren't for us cleaning up the mess, they would have really died here. Decades of hard work and cultivation, and they lost their lives for no reason. Is it worth it?" Chai Qingshan did not expel the sect leaders, or itinerant immortals who were considered famous in the Liang River Lake. He chuckled softly and said, "This kind of risky action seems absurd and laughable, but it is actually in accordance with the rules of Jianghu. When they leave Great Peace City and go to the counties and counties, they can tell others about this unprecedented battle and tell others that they were only a few feet away from the king of Beiliang. Just imagine how much glory it will bring to them. When you are in Jianghu, especially when you have reached a certain height, the superficial things are sometimes more useful than the reputation you earned with your fists. For example, the day before yesterday I chatted with Lu Baijie, the sword immortal of Tongxi, who was the Minister of War. Yesterday I had a sword discussion with Mr. First, Qi Jiajie. Today, I saw the king of Beiliang fight with my own eyes. Which of his moves were truly profound, and which of his moves were actually similar to my own sect's guarding skills? These are all golden signboards, and great topics of conversation that can sway the minds of the listeners." The young man pointed at the imperial astronomer who was still far away from them and rolled his eyes. "That's only a few feet away? It's almost 2 miles away. Lord Chao, the peach blossom sword deity, and the white-clothed devil, the 3 great grandmasters, don't even dare to say that they are only a few feet away from the imperial astronomer. Okay? Can these people be any more shameless?" Song Tinglu's voice was not soft. Not far away, the youngest of the Jianghu seniors who were already in their 40s heard him clearly. However, none of them blushed. They either crossed their arms over their chests or clasped their hands behind their backs and stood at a high place. They still had the demeanor of a great grandmaster. Chai Qingshan reached out his hand and pressed it on the young man's head. He smiled bitterly and said, "You don't know how expensive oil and salt are until you are in charge. In the future, when Master is no longer here, you will be the head of the Dongyue sword pool. You will know that the words you said today might not be able to buy back a favor even if you spend hundreds of thousands of taels of silver." Song Tinglu carefully glanced at his junior sister. The latter made a face and said loudly, "I don't want to be the sect leader. You can be the sect leader. I want to be chivalrous and walk the Jianghu like that Su Fengnian. As long as he has walked through the provinces, climbed the famous mountains, and entered the restaurants and tea houses, I want to walk through them all." Song Tinglu's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he could not say a single harsh word. Was it true that behind every junior sister who was moved by love and did not hesitate, there was a senior brother who was her childhood sweetheart who was secretly sad?